Right.
Oh, we're live.
We are live, whiskey friends far and wide. It's Eric from Chicago in the Quig, Victoria, Canada, and it is a Saturday Night Live stream. How you doing, Mr. Quig?
I'm doing well, Eric. How are you?
It's great to see you. I was looking back. I think the last time we did a live together was August, so it's been a few months. We
August, 4or 5 months ago, something like that.
Yeah,
the time goes fast, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. I was like, geez, I thought it felt like it had been sooner than that, but there you go. And we've been doing these for usually like a couple times a year for years now, if I'm not mistaken, as well as swapping some samples and things like that. But tonight,
I've got another batch of samples ready for you, but then now I'm thinking about the next batch of samples that I'm going to get together. And someone else has expressed an interest in sending me some samples, so I got to set some samples aside for him too when his samples get here.
Wow, that's awesome.
And I've got some bottles that are almost empty that I want to send away as samples. I think I've sent those to you already.
Yeah, I got the last box from you, I think, was it about a month and a half ago, something like that? So pretty soon. I mean, it was pretty recently. And I still have some of those. Maybe we'll chat a bit. But I did try a few of them. One of them, God, if I could remember which one it was, really blew my mind. We'll get into we'll chat about that though. But
sure.
Before we get into the weeds too much, what's up, everybody? We got 12 folks in already, which is great. We'll
I don't see anyone chatting yet.
We have a pretty full chat, it looks like.
Do we?
Yeah, I might have to click if you're in StreamYard, you might have to click the comment button.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. There are people. Yeah, you're right. Mine was on private chat for some reason. And now
you want to send me a message. Yeah, that's for I think that's for us if we need to send each other a message.
Yeah, okay. That was on a, what do you call it? A default setting. And now, oh, look, we got Mr. French and Mr. Jerbic, Vegas Art.
Yeah, we got a whole
we've got a few people here. Peter White's here, of course.
Definitely. He's good to have.
He says, love the seagrass. I just tried that one last night.
Oh, excellent. I believe I sent you that sample.
You did send me one.
Excellent.
And I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, they have so that company itself, they don't actually distill any of their own stuff. They just bottle it. And
they source it and bottle it.
Yeah.
But do they do the aging and the finishing?
They do. So because
there were some funky looking finishes on that bottle.
Yeah, they have a couple. So they do like bourbon releases pretty frequently. Like they do batches of American whiskey, some other stuff. And then they have these 3 that they've put out that are like just funky finishes. One's called the Dovetail, which has like 3 finishes. And then there was one called Armida, which also did that. And then the Seagrass, which was like the newest one, where they kind of had all these different finishes. And that was the rye. And yeah, that's a really good bottle.
That rye, that was bottled at 61 point something percent. And it didn't need water. And it had so much flavor going on that I was enthralled.
I'm glad to hear it. I had a feeling you might find that one interesting. I've been trying to send you some more interesting things that you may not be able to get your hands on in Canada. So I'm glad you enjoyed it.
It's always a question of things that you can't get your hands on.
Yeah.
I've got the next batch I'm going to send you has a few things in there that you won't be able to get where you are. There's 1 or 2 jokes in there as well.
Excellent. Good stuff. All right. So, welcome everybody. Quig and I were just chatting a bit over email, and it's that time of year where a lot of folks in the whiskey tube world are pulling together their favorite whiskeys, best whiskeys, top whiskeys of 2021. And so Quig and I thought we would share a few that are either in contention or making our list as we go into the videos. And I believe Quig's videos will start appearing on his channel soon. So if you haven't subscribed yet, take a second, smash that subscription button over at Foodquig's YouTube channel. I have narrowed my list down to 8, and of course, I'm only going to do a top 5, so 3 are going to be kind of honorable mentions. But I have 4 of them out tonight, and we'll kind of work my way through those and share a little bit of thoughts with them. I'm not sure if you've had any of these or not, but if not, you'll get a little bit of a sneak peek. But let me just go quick through the chat here and say hi to folks. Northern California, first in the door tonight, Donner Pass Whiskey at work, so he's watching while he can. Great. Duluth, Minnesota, and it's Mr. French. It's been a while since I've seen you around, man. How are you? Big hello to Donner Pass. Donner said some of the best whiskeys were swaps. I sent him the Buna Moyne Bordeaux and the Kalila 25.
Oh, those sound good.
One of those is on my list, actually. Jupiter, Florida. Mr. Gerbic is in the house. No snow his way. Been away a while tending to my dear wife who had COVID, but she's mended, and I could not be happier. Great to have time again to join a whiskey show. That's awesome, French. Cheers.
Fantastic.
Great to hear. We'll raise a glass on that, definitely. All right, folks, just chatting back and forth about whiskey. Hey, beaming a signal from the southwestern desert of the U.S. It's Vegas Art. What's up? He heard there's a Foodquig making an appearance. Well, you are correct, sir. You are in the right place. Good to see you, Vegas Art. What else we got going on? Ontario, Canada. Peter White with the seagrass. Chatting about seagrass. Good stuff. Who else we got in? Make sure we say hello. A fellow Illinois resident from the Quad City area. It's Chris S. What's up, Chris? Paul in Montreal. Good to see you. East Texas is in the house with Daniel H. James Chang. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah.
Mahir sending his signal from Delhi, India. The collab I've been waiting for happen for a long time. Well, great. Glad you can join us. And another friend from across the Atlantic, London's in the house with James Morgan. Hello, sir. Good to see you. Mike Myers here. What's up, Mike? At Malt Muser, I think Barrel made their own distillery and are planning to add their own stuff into blends in the future. That is good to know. Awesome. Peter White says Barrel products are now available in Alberta. Keep that up.
Wow.
Quig. There you go. You may be able to get your hands on those. We were just chatting before the show about.
Yeah, first I need to get my hands on some money.
Yeah, I feel you. They're not cheap.
I spent too much the last 2 months, but it's going to be worth it.
Yeah. Andrew Page in New Jersey's in the house. Coming back from the UK. She picked up the Elisa Bay Sweet Smoke at Heathrow, Dirty Free. Nice. I believe Telex and I had that one once. In New York City, Jack the Pickled Hound. Good evening, Jack. All right, y'all. We got a good crew in. Good to see everybody here on a Saturday night. And, I'm going to dive in with one of my whiskeys. And Quig, I'm not sure if you've had this one before, but basically, I'm basing it solely on whiskeys that I've either done a review of or talked about on a live stream and tasted on a live stream. So I'm trying to keep it into stuff that people can go back and see some content on, because otherwise it's like, I went to a bar or a friend's house and they poured me a, this, that, or whatever. And I don't have anything to talk about it other than the one sample I had. So
I kind of do the same thing. I only put whiskeys up for best of that I've tried in the last year.
Yeah.
And if I tried it 3 years ago, it doesn't count. It has to be in the last year, and hopefully I still have some here. And whatever you've got going, hopefully I've still got some of it.
Yeah, definitely.
If I've ever had it to begin with. Or maybe it's a sample that you sent me that I've had some time ago. I don't know.
It could be. So the 4 that I pulled out, and again, so I have narrowed my list down to 8. I haven't recorded the video yet. So I'm going to do a top 5, and then I'm going to do then I will do what do you want to call it? I'll probably have 3 or so that are going to be
You're going to do a shootout?
honorable mention types. I thought about doing it as a shootout, but I don't know. I'm very secure in what my number one is, but the other ones they're going to fluctuate around a little bit, I think.
Well, I did them by category.
That's a good idea.
I did a best Irish and a best bourbon and a best Canadian and a best Scotch.
That's a good idea.
The only one that required a bit of shooting out was the Scotch. The others were pretty clear, mainly because I didn't have that much bourbon and that much Irish in the last year.
Yeah.
Canadian, well, that was kind of that was easy, but I did put a runner-up in there.
Okay, excellent. So that'll be fun, and we'll definitely be interested to hear some of the scotches that were in contention, maybe. So the 4 out of the 8 that I pulled out here that I'm going to sip tonight are 3 scotches and a bourbon. So the first one is Aaron, 10 years old. This one is 46% non-chill natural color. This apparently also won that like Scotch online whiskey thing. It was like the People's Vote one, which I'm not surprised at. I was able to get a bottle shortly after that, and I can see why.
Well, I think I got one from Alberta. I'll just have to check under my bar and see if I've got one.
Excellent.
Hold on.
This is going to be the first one I pour, so I'm going to actually get some of this in the glass now. I was really impressed with this. I think this is could easily become one of those standard bearer 10s of in a world increasingly putting out marginal products.
Look at this.
Non-chill filtered. Hey, he's got one. All right.
I pulled one out from under my bar. Haven't touched it yet.
Well, there you go. Yeah, this one is definitely going to be making my top 5 video. Where it's going to fall, I'm not quite sure, but it really just kind of took me by surprise. The level of complexity in it, the merit, the weight. Go ahead.
Was yours a 700 or 750 mil?
This one's 750. So yeah, I got this one at a local store here in
I got the 700.
Oh, okay. So you got yours from the UK.
From Alberta.
Alberta, got it.
And they got it from the UK probably.
Excellent, man. Yeah, this is a good one. So the other 3 that I'm going to do tonight for sure. Another Scotch. This is the Glenallachie 10-year-old batch, cast strength batch number 5.
Okay, I don't have anything like that, but I do have a 12-year-old independent Glenallachie.
Oh, excellent.
I think so. Hold on.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, and it's going down fast.
Oh, nice.
This is the from Duncan Taylor. It's the 12-year-old Glenallachie, and I think I mentioned that, and you commented on the video saying that, independent Glenallachie, yeah.
Yeah, I have not seen many independent Glenalachie's.
There are not many bottles of this, from what I understand. Wait, bottle number 95 of 276.
Nice.
So, and I don't think I'll be able to get another one.
Very cool. Okay, so the third Scotch is, and Donner Pass will not be surprised by this because I believe I sent him a sample. This is the Bunnahabhain. It's a limited release. I believe it was released in 2018 or 19, but I opened it this year. This is the Moynia, which means peated or smoked. So this is like a peaty Bunnahabhain. Bordeaux red wine cask matured. It's about a 9-year-old, 58.1%.
Okay.
I don't want to give away too much, but I'll be honest with you. This is one of the best whiskeys I've ever had in my life.
I have had a couple of Bunnahabhain Moynias. One of them was sent to me it was a sample sent to me by Roy Aquavite, believe it or not, when he was trying out his tasting sets. And he sent me a set of 5 samples, and one of them was a Moynia Oloroso from Bunnahabhain. And when I went to the distillery back in 2019, I managed to pick up a Bunnahabhain Moynia Marsala, which was to die for.
Oh, man.
I brought the bottle back home here and I tried it here, and it was like, oh, yeah, this is fantastic. I do not have any Bunnahabhain Moynia right now, but I do have something, well, probably almost as good.
Oh, you share.
What else could it be?
The 10 cast strength Oloroso.
No, it's Oloroso, but it's sherry oak, but it's not cast strength.
Ah, the sherry oak. Yeah.
It's 46%.
Excellent. Yeah.
So that's almost as good,
Delicious whiskey.
I think.
Yeah. Speaking of sherry finishes, the other one of my top 8, and I will tell everybody what is in this top 8 that I'm deliberating on. But the 4th one I'm going to try tonight is actually a bourbon, and a bourbon that I never would have expected to like as much as I did. But this is the Rabbit Hole Derringer. This is 46.5% straight bourbon finished in PX. It is, basically twice finished in toasted and charred oak barrels and PX sherry, non-chill filtered. This one, Rabbit Hole, is like just started showing up all over the place in the States this year. And I remember when I went and did the Bourbon Trail a few years back that, I was seeing signs out in Kentucky about them, but I hadn't tried any of their stuff. This really, really blew my mind. I have been skeptical about sherry finished or wine finished bourbons because it's just like so much sweetness already, especially like a PX finish on a sweet corn bourbon like this. But it works, and it's actually changed my mind about sherry influenced or sherry matured bourbons. And so I'm starting to think I need to try some more of them. But this one is going to be on the list. The other 4 that I'm not drinking tonight, but will be in contention are the Napoke Castle 14, which is a Irish whiskey.
Good Irish whiskey.
Yeah, really good. That one will be in the running. The Paul John Christmas Edition 2020. The Tamdu Cast Strength Batch 5, and the Ardbeg Ugadal.
Well, on the subject of bourbon, there's only one place I can go right now.
Excellent.
Because I haven't had that many in the last year. I do have a toasted barrel. From Heaven Hill.
Oh, is it the Elijah Craig?
Elijah Craig, yeah.
That's a great.
There's another thing from around those parts that I haven't opened yet. It's Angel's Envy.
Oh, nice.
Since you were on the topic of sherry finish and wine finish and whatever finish, but I haven't opened that yet. I'm going to leave that for a future video.
Sure. Have you had that before?
No.
Okay.
I managed to get it from Alberta because you can't get it here.
Well,
but I'll get you one that shall we say has inspired me and blew me away.
Let's do it.
Which is not finished in sherry or wine or anything. But the first time I had any of this was back in 2011 or 2012, back before I started getting into whiskey really. But the little horsey on the top. And this one, I couldn't believe how good it was.
Man,
I have Blanton's original. I also have a Blanton's down there, which is the BC Liquor Store pick.
Oh, nice
special edition, but I haven't opened it yet, so I'm gonna wait on that one. That's gonna be a future video.
That's great, man. Those are a hot commodity these days.
I know. That's why I was glad to get this one last summer.
That's awesome, man.
It was the summer spirits release of BC Liquor Stores.
All right.
Otherwise, they're hard to find. They're
Oh man, and they're so overpriced here in the U.S. now. It's crazy.
And one day only. No, we had what you would call retail price, but hard to get.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to stand in line and you got to wait. And when it's your turn to go in, and I was like second in line in the summer release, and for the BC Liquor Store November release, the premium spirits release, I was first in line. So I went in there and grab credit card. Okay, I'm in debt for the next 5 months. Very good.
Speaking of Blanton's, when I was over in Paris a few months back, I picked up a bottle of the Blanton's straight from the barrel cask strength, which up until I think this year wasn't even available in the US, as much as I know how little sense that makes, but you can't get much Blanton's at all other than the original here in the States.
Is that called the Blanton's Gold? By any chance?
No, they had that one too. That's actually a separate one.
That's another European only release. Yeah.
So I picked up the straight from the barrel. I have tasted it before and it was wonderful, but I'll tell you, man, the price over there, it was like $150 US, and then over here it's like you sell them for like $280. So I was like, I gotta get rid of it. So I didn't open it. I wanted to, but I was like, I can get another really nice bottle for this. So
bourbon has basically gone insane the last little while.
Oh yeah, it's
and
crazy.
I don't know. I buy occasionally. I occasionally buy bourbon, but not that often. And I occasionally reach for it, but not as often as I do Scotch or Canadian.
Yeah, I'm similar on the. I don't buy that much bourbon. There are a few, and honestly, there's just so much good bourbon underneath like $100 to $75 that like to spend more than that on any bourbon, I just don't know if you're really getting that much more quality for it. Like, I really think there's just, the quality level of some of these that are around $50 even, some of the single barrels and stuff like that, they're just so good that I'm not sure it's justifiable to go chasing $180 bottles, maybe every once in a while.
If I recall correctly, you started with bourbon, didn't you?
I did. Well, I started with tequila but bourbon was shortly after that. And then, but I was never like crazy into it. I wasn't going, running around buying expensive bourbons, but I definitely enjoyed it. I mean, it's so easy. There's so much of it here in the States, obviously.
So what to pour next?
Well, I'm doing the Aaron 10. Do you want to join us with a drama Aaron 10?
Okay.
All right.
I reluctantly open new bottles.
I know. That's why this is a real.
I like to make a video when I open a bottle, so that I can keep track of which ones I've made videos of.
Fair
the
enough.
Open ones I've done already.
You'll have to put put a flag.
This time I'll make an exception, and I will open this Aaron 10.
Excellent. All right. So we are both going to sip some Aaron 10. While you get yourself ready there, I'm going to do a quick catch up on the chat.
Oh, by all means. I might even leave the room for a moment.
No worries. And thank you, Mr. French, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Very cool. Thanks so much, sir. And Jack the Pickletown says, Aaron 10, what's that? Never heard of it. Yeah, it is all the hype these days. Personally, I was skeptical that I would find it to be as good as I have, but it is really good. Alex Bruyere is in the house. What's up, Alex? Great to see you.
Oh man, this plastic is tricky.
Yeah. Were you convinced to get it by the OSWA vote? Yes, I was. I saw the vote and that everybody was hyping it, and I was like, "Wow, really, Aaron 10?" So I bought it, and I am impressed. For a 10-year-old whiskey, this is good, even though it's a little on the pricier side for a 10. Donner Pass at Foodquig. Hope to be able to get your package in the mail next week.
Oh, fantastic. I can't wait. I'm starting to put a few things aside for you too, Mr. Donner Pass, because I'm getting excited about receiving those samples, and I want to share a few things with you.
That's awesome. I will definitely vouch. Donner Pass has sent me some very generous samples.
This has been poured.
All right.
We got Aaron. We'll put it back in its box and put it back under the bar for when it will be time to
do the quick video. Excellent. So Alex is joining us from Canada as well. That's awesome. Peter White, Glenallachie 12 in Alberta. Good price. My neck of the woods, null zone of Ontario. How about the USA exclusive Glenallachie 10 rye and port? I have not had either of those, but I have seen the port.
I'll be right back while you catch up on
that. Yeah, definitely, man. All right. That sounds delicious, though, Jack. I got to keep my eyes up for that. I have not seen the port. I've seen the rye. The rye is the one that I've seen. Right. 2020 release was awesome, Peter. We paid $46. It's worth it. You're talking about the Glenallachie 12. Excellent. Great company to work with here. All right. Wow. Blantons are $10 a dozen in Canada. I have 3 Blantons Golds. Okay. Wow. Yeah, you good luck. You'll never see that in the United States. And if you do, the prices are outrageous. Amir's in the house. What up, buddy? Greetings to you as well. Great to have you here. No Quig. Golds are in Ontario and Alberta. Okay. Jason Coates. What's up in Kansas, man? How are you? Great to see you, sir. Folks saying hi to Jason. Peter White says they have a Weller lottery in Ontario ending today. If you can get the foolproof, I've had the foolproof. That was good. The rest of them, I mean, the CYB PB too, but those go for like $1,000 here in the U.S. secondary market. It's crazy. This is his first taste, I believe. Yes, we can check that out. Trooper Henry's in the house. What's up, Trooper? How are you, sir? Are we somewhere out in the Gulf of Mexico, or are you on shore this fine weekend? Oh, good to see you. Oh, yeah. He's on the Russell's 6-year rye tonight. Yep. 100% agree with you there. They go for too much to be worth drinking. Aaron will rule. Yes. Trooper Henry's in the house. He says we're 2 groups are on a roll. Great to see you, Trooper. So somebody asked, I think it was Jason Coates. Oh, no, James Morgan. Is this your first taste of the Aaron 10, Quig?
The first Aaron 10, yeah. I haven't, if I've had it before, it was a very long time ago and I would have forgotten. Let me check and see if there is an Aaron 10 in my history.
Do that. In the meantime, I'll share a little bit.
See now. Show all. I'm showing them all. I did have Aaron 10.
Was it the older bottling or like with the old Aaron labels?
This one was the first Aaron I ever had, and the video went public on June 28th, 2015. That's the last time I had Aaron 10.
Quig, you're a trendsetter, man. You were into Aaron 10 before it was cool.
There you go. But I forgot all about it.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny. I was at a local liquor store just on the corner, one of the corner liquor stores here in Chicago, and they have a bottle of the old label Aaron 10 there, and I'm very tempted to buy it just to do a comparison. But I have to say, I think, you know, for folks who are just getting familiar with Aaron, this labeling style is really new. I think they started this like last year.
Yeah, and
really,
the bottle with the wide opening that doesn't glug.
Yeah, it's really nice. They actually even put they actually put the name of it in Braille on here, which I think is.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I think that's really cool and a great way to make their product accessible to folks.
Now this is going classic Aaron. Okay. Non-chill filtered, natural color, 46%. I think the old one was 46% as well. But I'm nosing it, and I'm not getting that much on the nose. So far, I've been sticking to 40% alcohol by volume whiskeys for the whole afternoon.
Excellent.
So as not to fall on my ass, while I'm doing this. So I had about 4 or 5 weaker whiskeys just to warm up and take it easy.
Yeah, definitely. This is my second pour, so.
And the afternoon went by so fast. Before I knew it, it was 4:30. I'm going, oh yeah, Eric wants to go on.
There's not enough time on the weekends, man. There never is.
I'm getting fruity notes. I'm getting.
Yep.
Pears and apples, a little hint of cinnamon, perhaps.
I really find there's a kind of a creamy, like almond, hazelnut, walnut kind of thing.
Yeah, a bit of marzipan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah.
It smells like it's almost like you walked into a bakery a little bit. But the fruit notes are very strong, and yeah, like you were saying, it's like apple, pear. There's maybe
apple, pear, hint of cinnamon, and then, like you said, those marzipan, almond, and hazelnut kind of notes.
Yep.
Like it's like a Swiss bakery. Yeah.
Really nice. It's subtle though. I mean, it's not a powerful.
No, it doesn't bang. It doesn't bang at you. You got to really dig to get these flavors out of there.
Yeah.
Or to get these scents out of there. You got to dig.
Yeah. A nice viscosity and oiliness, though. Like,
well, let's have a look.
Yeah. I mean, for a 10-year-old, again, I mean, they do this at 46%, non-chill, natural.
Oh, yeah. We've got some legs coming down.
Yeah.
Coming down slowly, leaving trails of fat droplets in their path. Yeah.
Yeah, really. Also a lot of honey going on in this, man.
Bee puke.
Good point.
There's a bit of bee puke in here, yeah.
Man, that's nice. All right, I'm going to go in for a taste.
No smoke at all.
Mm-mm.
I'm going to have to cleanse my palate before I try this. Because what I was drinking before that is some of this.
Oh.
This is just the 40%er. This is just the plain, ordinary, cheap, bottom shelf Alberta Premium.
I'll wait until you get a taste of this, but man, that is good. Very like oily, creamy.
You know what? It comes along oily, and it comes along kind of nondescript until you get to that transition where you swallow it, and then it just blossoms out.
Yep. It's really funny you mentioned that. So that's the exact same experience I had with their 21 years old.
Okay.
It's a little bit coy and, nondescript, as you said beforehand. And then all of a sudden you just get this like surge of flavor on the back end. And that's definitely what's going on here.
Yeah. I'm getting lots of white pepper and fruits, and you got to do this again.
there's almost like a hint of like a tropical fruit in here. Like, I don't want to go so far as pineapple, but like, have you ever had pineapple upside down cake before? It's got
no, but I'm getting some papaya here.
Ah, maybe that's what it is.
I'm definitely getting some papaya. Yeah, there's yeah, and it lingers on into the finish too.
Yeah. Ginger too, maybe like not like pickled ginger, but like a gingerbread a little bit.
Let's see.
Man, that's good.
Yeah. Ginger, papaya, white pepper. It's got a lot of it's spicy. It's spicy in the finish.
It is.
Definitely glad I opened it today. But I will be doing a video about it eventually.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear you going deep on it. But man, there's
it's
a reason
nice.
This is going to make my list. I know this was like I honestly, I hadn't given this whiskey second thought, but the folks who did that online Scotch whiskey awards thing with Ralphie and the other guy,
Roy.
This was their pick for whiskey of the year for among the reviewers, not among the people who voted. So I was like, I gotta try this.
I haven't watched any of those OSWAs just because the videos are they're too long. Like, I'm being a bit of a hypocrite here because I'm on a live stream right now, and who knows how long this is going to go. But if something is longer than half an hour, I don't tend to watch it.
Yeah.
I'm going, I don't have time for this.
Yeah. I was skipping around in it a little bit. I think I watched it in chunks, and it was interesting. But I do give them, they were all very hyped on this, and I was like, really? The 10-year-old Aaron is that good? I had the 21, which I luckily got at just an incredibly reasonable price, and I have I've had some other Aarons over the years. The Macklemore, which is like
Macklemore, yes,
that peated one.
Yeah, and then there's the Bothy. Have you tried that one?
Yeah, I've had the Bothy too, which I liked quite a bit. But I hadn't, I hadn't thought about buying the 10-year-old.
Well, I just saw it online when I was looking on. Well, basically, they send me notices saying, this is what we got new, this is what we got in, this is what we got. And I thought, oh, Aaron, yeah, I really like the Sauterne cask Aaron, and I also really like the Portwood finish Aaron, of which I still have some. I thought, yeah, okay, I'll get an Aaron 10, and I got another one too. What is the other one? It's under the bar. Just
check it out. Yeah. Let me catch up. Hey, Throttle's in the house. What's up, buddy?
We got a Throttle too.
Yeah, looks like Whiskey Throttle's in the house saying, "What's wrong? Don't you like me anymore?" No, of course I like you.
This one is
my favorite Canadians. Alan, the
Sherry cask
here too. Oh, nice. Is that the bodega?
It says here.
Oh no, that's
Sherry cask, complex and luxurious. The bodega, yes.
What's the ABV on that? I swear I saw it's cask strength.
55.8. That's pretty close to cask strength, if you ask me.
Holy shit! Nice.
I ordered those two at the same time.
Well, that was the right move.
Well, the price was right, and it was there, and it's like, okay, send me that.
Throttle says that's most likely from Ontario. I think that's what he's saying. Is that where
Whiskey
you are?
reviews most likely from Ontario. Who's
Oh, he's talking about that bottle that you just showed.
I got that from Alberta.
Alberta.
Yeah.
Well, I got to show you I have myself a nice little errand here too. So when I was over in Paris, I went to
Maison du Whiskey.
I went to La Maison du Whiskey, and
Okay.
I bought a couple things. One of them is this. This is a Aaron private cask that they selected.
So it's like a store pick.
Yeah. So it's a store pick of theirs. It's a sherry hogshead, 56.3%, 11-year-old.
Wow.
Haven't opened this one yet, but I'm excited to do that. This is going to be a good one. I haven't had any of their sherry stuff. I've had the Bothy one, but not the Bodega.
Okay.
So that'll be fun. Man, this is really impressive.
This is a very pleasant dram, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, just to give folks who are just joining, Quig and I are tasting some of the whiskeys that are going to be on to some extent, some of the favorite whiskeys we had in 2021. And I've narrowed my list down to 8, and there's going to be a top 5 with probably 3 honorable mentions. And so I have 4 of them out here tonight. So I'm tasting, these are the 4 that I'm going to taste tonight. We have the Aaron 10. We have the Rabbit Hole Derringer Straight Bourbon finished in PX. Glenallachie 10 Cask Strength Batch 5. And the Bunnahabhain Moynia Bordeaux Red Wine Cask Matured. The other 4 that are in contention are the Ardbeg Ugadal, the Pogue Castle 14, the Tamdu 5 Cask Strength, and the Paul John Christmas Edition 2020.
So does that mean that in the last year was the first time you tried the Ardbeg Ugadal?
No, but it is the year that I reviewed it. So I decided
okay.
Anything that I'm going to do that's going to be on these lists are going to be whiskeys that I've either done a review of this year or have opened on a live stream this year. So that way they're at least consistent with some of the content that I have.
Because I'm thinking back to Ugadal. The last time I had that was about 7 years ago.
Oh, wow. Really? It's been a while since you've had the Ugadal. And that one wasn't your favorite. You were more partial to the Corey Brecken?
I preferred Corey all the way. Yeah. I found that the Ugadal, there was sherry and there was smoke, but they clashed rather than made a harmonious thing out of it. And when I tried the Corey, I said, yeah, that's it. But that's like 7 years ago too. So I'm due for some more Corey and some more Oogie.
Yeah, I haven't had a bottle of Corey in probably a year. I have an old bottling of it from like 2012 or 2011 that I probably should open one of these days. But I can tell you that the Oogie is still really good. I'm sure that the Corey is probably still really great. I honestly find that those 2 in the 10. I mean, they're just so damn good. It's really hard. It's really hard for them to put out anything that eclipses those, unless it's like a special release.
On the subject of the 10, I still have one here.
Oh, nice.
It's down to about there.
I love me some Ardbeg 10.
And yeah, Ardbeg 10. This is beautiful. I was drinking some Smokehead the other night, and I'm going, no, not Smokehead. No, I was drinking some Bowmore 12, and I'm going, yeah, this is earthy. This is dirty. This is like watered down, and really doesn't do it for me. It tastes kind of like chocolate and dirt. I'm going, let's open this instead. Let's have some of this. And this was a beautiful breath of smoke. It was just such a contrast to the Bowmore 12 that, yeah, this is the way to go.
Yeah, I agree. I think for an entry, that kind of entry level Isla peated Scotch, I think Ardbeg 10 is the standard bearer. I mean, you're getting the 46%. It's non-chill filtered, natural color, and it's just consistently good. I did a video a while back where I took the three, most popular kind of 10-year-old Islas and did a three-way tasting so it was the Ardbeg, the Laphroaig, and the Port Charlotte.
Oh,
and I think the Ardbeg, it ended up being Ardbeg 1, Port Charlotte 2, Laphroaig 3.
Now, which Port Charlotte 10 was it?
So just the regular, just that standard 10-year-old
okay
we're doing now, but not one of the special releases.
Okay, there was the first one, the Port Charlotte 10, which was phenomenal. Then there was a second limited edition. The first one was a limited edition too, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I was able to find a dusty bottle a couple months ago. This is the Port Charlotte 10 second limited edition, which is leagues and bounds better than the Port Charlotte 10 that you'll get now.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this stuff, I've had about 6 bottles of it.
Where did you find it?
Well, I used to get it locally right here. It didn't sell out that fast, and I always managed to get a bottle for about 3 or 4 years. And then last couple months ago, went up to Shelter Point Distillery, made a video about it. On the way back home, we stopped at a place called Mid-Island Liquor Store. And they had one dusty bottle of this stuff left, and I just grabbed it. As soon as I saw that second limited edition, that's for me.
Well, that was the right move.
This is so much better than the Port Charlotte 10 you'll get now. It's incredible.
Fuck. Well, maybe you'll be so generous as to have that find its way to me in the next sample swap. Holy Christ.
Maybe not the next one, but the one after that. Because the next one has already been open. The next one was put together before I even opened this.
Well, I will do this one to you then when we do this next.
No, here we go.
Where is it? Oh yeah. So this is a random thing I got at a tasting in Philadelphia last year with Boutique Whiskey Company.
Oh yeah.
So this is one of those independent bottlings. This is a Port Charlotte 14. 51.1% ABV. Happy to get you a sample of this one.
That's just a little stronger than the standard stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is one of the things I love about them is how, they bottle their stuff. And I don't think they have any bottles that are less than 40 or less than 50%.
I think you're right. Meanwhile, this Aaron is tasting succulent.
Yes,
this is good.
This is a good bottle.
Definitely.
If anybody in the chat has had this Aaron 10, we'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Just some folks talking about Ugadal. Amir says, I've not had it in years. Is it worth it? I still think it's really high quality. It's not going to be as good as the one you had 10 years ago, probably, but I think it's still holding its own. Peter White says Malort would be impressive after the Bowmore. That's woo. I've had about 2 more shots of Malort than I've ever wanted to have in my entire life.
I've never tried it, and from what I've heard, it's not really something that I want to go to.
Yeah, well, in Malort, it's very much a Chicago thing.
Yeah,
and you go into any bar in Chicago, they have a bottle of it. Now, there are people who live in the city that do drink this stuff and enjoy it, but it's kind of one of those local things you do with somebody visiting the city. It's like, you earn your Chicago stripes by taking the shot of Malort. And my God, it's rough. It's very bitter. It tastes like warm gym socks. That makes any sense. So,
but not like Lefroy.
No. I could grab a bottle of it. It's readily available everywhere in Chicago. I could. The place that makes it is still here in the city. They actually just put out a bourbon that's supposed to be pretty good, but I could probably get a bottle and send some Malort shots around. Maybe I'll send you a sample of Malort just to just to see what your reaction will be. What else we got going on here? I have an Indie Glenallachie that's very nice. This Whiskey Throttle. Oh, nice. And Quig's got one of those too. We were just discussing that. You guys need to do more, Aaron. Yeah.
Right here.
I just got the Aaron 18. Yeah, that's the Glenallachie that you have, right? 54%, that is?
Yeah, from Duncan Taylor. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the Aarons are not, unless we buy them from the UK, they're not, you can't go in the store in the US and find too many of them. I'm sure Malt Muser gets Malort. Yeah, Malort. Coates says, I haven't had the new Aaron 10, and I don't think I'd like it more than the old one. More sherry math. But the old ones were also hitters. That's good to know.
I will have to go back and watch that video that I made in 2014.
You will, dude. I'm going to be really interested to hear. Like I said, there's a store like 2 blocks from here that has one of the old bottlings. Maybe I should just go buy it and do a little sample side by side. That could be fun. I liked Aaron 10, but the Bothy is my favorite, says James Morgan.
Bothy's good. Very good.
Yeah. It almost tastes like it's like a peated whiskey. Chris S. says, picked up the Port Charlotte 10 today at the store. Only got 2. I'd never only have it. Or I'm sorry. It never had it. Only Isla Barley 2012. So I'll be cracking it open later. Yeah. You'll enjoy it. It's good. It's got that unmistakable like Brook Lottie character to it, but it's also nice and heavily peated.
I also have some Isla Barley 2013 Port Charlotte, which I'm looking forward to trying.
You have the 2013. Wow.
Correct.
I haven't even seen the 2012 here yet.
Well, let's see. Yeah, that's what this is right here.
Shit.
Port Charlotte 13. That's the BC Liquor Store premium spirit release.
That's great.
November every year, and that's when I grab as many bottles as I can, which I did this year. Well, you saw my video, right?
Yes.
That was part of it.
That's cool. I haven't even seen that around here locally. Alan, the whiskey friend, says Aaron 10 and Buna 12, nothing better on the planet for the money, in his opinion.
Bunnahabhain 12, I recently tried it again after not having had it for 6 or 7 years. And I was blown away with how good it is.
It's really good.
Bunnahabhain 12, fantastic whiskey.
Yeah, I agree.
I forgot how good it was.
I definitely agree with you on the Buna 12. The Aaron is a little on the pricier side, but I think you're right. The other ones I would even throw in there, Ardbeg 10, Glen Scotia 15, I think are both like right there for really good value bottles. Maybe even now the Hazelburn 10 has gotten too expensive, but I would have said maybe a few years back, the Hazelburn 10. Hey, Beth Higgins is in the house. Hi, Beth. Good to see you.
Well,
wait a minute. People like Jaeger, but it tastes like Vicks Formula 44 cough syrup. Yeah. Jaeger.
I've never had it.
I don't mess around with Jaeger.
I've never had Jaeger. I've heard stories about it, but no. Yeah, you want to talk about Campbelltown malts, though? I like the Victoriana.
Oh yeah. The Glen Scotia.
The Glen Scotia Victoriana. That is the one. I got my first bottle, and as soon as I had that, I went and bought another one because it was just so good.
That's a really good bottling. I think I like the hi Winston. I like the 15 a little bit more. But both of those are fantastic whiskeys. Also, their double cask is really good, which is a good price too. You ever had that?
I haven't had. It's hard for me to get a lot of stuff from Campbelltown around here.
Yeah, the double cask I think is like their introductory one. It's just an ex-bourbon, ex-sherry. Really good stuff though. Amir said, "Oh yeah, Glen Scotia 15. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that." James Morgan says, "You've come across any interesting Canadians lately, Quig?"
Yeah. Lately. Oh my gosh. Well, it's a funny thing that you mentioned that. I've been going bottom shelf on Canadian lately. And just last night, I opened up a bottle of Canadian 5-Star.
What's that?
Which used to be a Seagram's brand. It's 100% rye. It's 40% alcohol by volume, and it's dirt cheap.
Like under $15?
Well, we're talking 1.75 liter bottle for $53, which by Canadian standards is real cheap.
Yeah, it's got the handle.
Yeah. Basically, it's got the handles carved into this plastic sides of the bottle.
Yeah.
And if you don't really care about finding every subtle nuance and you just want a freaking drink, it's as good as my favorite Alberta Premium.
Oh, nice. And that's the regular Alberta Premium.
This is just a regular 40% alcohol by volume. I've got the batch 3 of the cask strength. I've got the 20-year-old. They're both wonderful. But if I just want a drink and I don't want to get fancy and I don't really care about tasting subtle nuances and I don't care about being blown away, I just want a drink. There it is. It's $25 a bottle here.
Yeah.
Fine.
Sounds good.
And the 5-Star is similar. It tastes very similar. So for a cheap whiskey, I was surprised I can't get it around here. This was up island. It was a dusty bottle coming,
I was drinking a Canadian whiskey yesterday that is probably something that you enjoy.
Maybe I know it.
40 Creek Copper Pot Reserve.
Oh, that's the best 40 Creek there is.
Dude, it's the only one I can ever see in the U.S. And it's
I got it right here. I've had every year for the last 5 or 6 years, 40 Creek puts out a special whiskey. And this year is no exception. There is one in the premium spirits release, and I will be making a video about it. But so far, of all the ones, the Copper Pot is the best.
I like it.
There's Confederation Oak, there's Victory, there's Unity, there's all of these expressions of 40 Creek, but this one still wins the prize for me. And it's cheap. It's about $28 here.
There you go. Well, there you go, James Morgan. Keep your eyes out for the 5-Star. Is that what you said it was called?
5-Star.
5-Star.
If you can get it. But Alberta Premium, any version of Alberta Premium, I'll vouch for. And what else? Well, there's the 44-year-old Chronicles 4 that just came out.
Oh, nice.
I'll be opening that sometime soonish. Then there's also the Lot 40 Cask Strength, which there's a new version of it now. And Alberta Premium Cask Strength batch number 3 just came out this year. Oh,
I had batch 2 of that cask strength. I thought it was awful. The first batch, the second batch, I was not a fan at all. The first batch was delicious, but man, that second batch was rough goings. At least the ones that got sent to the U.S.
Okay.
Of the Alberta Premium. Yeah.
Alberta Premium cask strength. The first batch you liked, but the second you didn't.
Yeah.
I haven't had the second. I've never tried it. But I got the batch 3.
Avoid it if you can.
Well, I can't find the batch 2 anyway, but I have the batch 3.
Gotcha. I haven't even seen the batch 3 yet.
Oh, we got it here. I have it right over there on my bar.
Whiskey friend is Peter White's having some Boona 12 now. That said, Glenallachie 12 is a tough beat. Yeah, Glenallachie 12. Boona is so cheap too. Yeah, I agree. I mean, right now at the liquor stores here in Chicago, they're Binnies in particular, they're filled up with the Boonahaven 12 like gift packs where you get the bottle and like 2 glasses and they're like under $50, which is just crazy.
So I finished a glass. What are we moving on to next?
Oh, yeah. So, okay. So we just did the Aaron 10. So the next thing I'm going to do, so this is one that's also going to be in my video of my top whiskeys of the year, where it will rank. We'll find out soon. But Glenallachie, this is the 10-year-old cask strength batch number 5.
And I'm going to do my Duncan Taylor Dimensions 12-year-old.
There you go.
Oh, that 54.3, which is probably close enough.
Yeah. Pour some of that out and enjoy it.
That is a beautiful, beautiful whiskey.
So these 10-year-old cask strength batches that from Glenallachie are not necessarily rare in the U.S., but there sometimes can be a little bit of a pain to come by, and the prices have went up. They used to be around like 75. Now they're in the 90 to 100 range. But I think even in that price point, this batch 5 in particular is just absolutely stunningly good. So this is bottled at, it's non-chill filtered natural color. It's bottled at 55.9%, 10 years old, and the maturations on this, so a lot like Ben Riech of old under Billy Walker, these Glenallachies are just filled with different finishes. This one, let me see in particular. I think there's 4. They don't say enough on the bottle about it. I think there's 4 finishes on this, or 4 maturations, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just take another quick look. Batch 5. So this one is PX. It's no. That's glass. That's 6. Let me look. Okay, so the batch 5 is PX, Oloroso, Virgin Oak, and Rioja red wine casks. So 4 casks going on in this, and it's a work of art.
There's a sample right here for you.
Oh, great. Of the Duncan
It's
Taylor.
Of this one here, the Glenallachie 12 from Duncan Taylor.
Oh, man, awesome.
And it smells amazing. There's toffee, just a lot of toffee and cream and butterscotch and caramel.
Is Glenallachie something you can find somewhat easily around you, like any of the core bottlings, or is it a little bit scarce out in Victoria?
I can get it, but I don't usually seek it out.
Yeah.
I don't really go looking for it because I'm usually on a mission to get something like this.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I get distracted, and but Glenallachie, I haven't looked for it that much. When Ralphie made it his whiskey of the year a few years ago, of course I looked for it. What was that? Was that a 12-year-old official bottling?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it was a 12-year-old official bottling, and of course I had to try it because Ralphie tried it and said it was great. But let's see, what have I got here for Glenallachie? Problem is, I've got all these bottles in the way of my keyboard. Glenallachie cask number bourbon barrel. 12 Speyside single malt Scotch whiskey, November 18, 2019. in July 29.
Oh, was that the 12-year-old?
Yeah. You sent me a sample. Somebody sent me a sample of Bourbon Barrel Speyside Glenallachie cask number 16098. I don't know. Was that you?
Very possible.
Back in 2019, but the Glenallachie 12 Speyside single malt Scotch whiskey was one I did in 2019. So that's probably the one. Ralphie was not wrong. I said, okay, that's the one.
Yeah. So what's interesting about that 12-year-old Glenallachie is, like, I believe the maturations and stuff are changing year to year on it. So it's not like consistently the same. But I know what you're talking about. That the one that he did. I remember having that one. I didn't love it, but it was good. But these 10-year-old cask strings, I gotta say. So first of all, I have not had them all. I've had batch 1, batch 2, and batch 5.
Okay.
But this batch 5 is by far. This is by far the best Glenallachie I've had. I think this is better than their 15. I even think it's better than their 18 that I've had. And really, like, again, so you have PX, Oloroso, and Rioja red wine cask and virgin oak going on all at once on here. And it's a busy whiskey, but it's working. You get a lot of the sweetness of the PX. You get the mid-range kind of darker fruit notes of the Oloroso, some spice from that virgin oak. And the Rioja red wine is giving it a little bit of a dry tannicness. It just works great. I have to get my hands on the batch 6 because
I don't know. This Duncan Taylor is hard to beat.
Does it say what the maturations are on that one? Probably.
Well, let's see here. It says here, bottle number 95 of 276. Distilled 08 in 2008 and bottled 02 of 2021. Okay, so 12 years old. 700 mils, 54.3% dark Duncan Taylor Scotch. Gold writing on a black background is Huntley, Scotland. Okay, aged in oak cask, distilled in Speyside region at Glenallachie. www.duncantaylor.com. Is there anything on the back? Imported by David Herman and Son Ltd, Vancouver, BC. That's all I know. It doesn't say anything else about. It's just dimensions. Dimensions is the Duncan Taylor.
Throttle's asking how far behind in the comments I am. I look like I'm about 6 or 7 minutes behind. I apologize for that.
Oh, you're not as far behind as I would be if I was paying attention.
Bourbon Bounty's in the house. So cheers, Bourbon Bounty. Good to see you, sir. He's joining us from North Carolina. We are just chatting about some of our favorite whiskeys so far here in, well, not so far. Some of our favorite whiskeys of 2021. And we're enjoying some Glenallachie right now. Yeah, man, I have high praise for this one for sure. This is, if I don't kill this bottle, I really wish I would have bought 2 of these. If I don't kill this, I'll get you a sample of it. I think you'd love to try this, but just a lot going on in it, but it works. It's really kind of nice and creamy. It's one of those whiskeys similar to the Aaron 10, where after you kind of swallow it, you get these like waves of different flavors coming in. Each of them is kind of unique. There's a lot of red fruit here, a lot of like sweet, almost candy, and you get the nice spice of the virgin oak, which I think is a really great addition for this one.
I'm on the same page as you, but on a different whiskey.
Yeah, really good stuff. There's like a freshness to it as well. Man. Glenallachie really knows how to do sherry.
I don't think there's any sherry involved in this one.
It's all bourbon cask?
Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't say, but I'm not getting a lot of sherry. I'm just getting a lot of toffee and butterscotch and caramel and.
Yeah. I'm picking up some of those things too. I mean, this is not a primarily bourbon cask whiskey, but I have had more bourbon cask. I mean, the 12 that I had was a lot more bourbon cask.
The flavors are big, though. The flavors are big.
Yeah, that's what I think I've noticed in everything I've had of theirs. They're very bold whiskeys.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can catch up here a little bit on the old chat. I might be a bit far behind. Let me see.
Go for it. Go for it. Catch up.
Glen Scotia 15 here, $65 in Southern California. Yeah, that's a buy for sure. So the cat post. Yeah, Winston the Whiskey Cat's hanging out. Alex says, cheers, Jody. Peter, our Glen Alecky 1012 is awesome. Beth Higgins says, do you know much about Canadian single malts? Well, he's the one to talk to about that. We'll put a pin in that for a sec. Let me catch up a little bit, and then let's go back to that question.
Go ahead. We'll go back to that anytime you want.
Whoa. All right. Beaming his signal from the Hawaiian island of Oahu. It is our good friend Juan. What's up, Juan? How are you, sir? Did you get that box in the mail from me yet? I hope you did. I mailed it over 2 weeks ago now, I think. I hope you enjoyed those samples. Peter White says Copper Pot is Canada's Wild Turkey 101.
There you go. Now you know.
Jason Coates says, man, 40 Creek was the only bottle I ever drain poured. Damn.
Which 40 Creek was it, Jason? Do you remember?
Yeah, I'll be curious to hear what that one was.
Because their Barrel Select is wonderful.
Quig looks like Game of Thrones with the spiders behind his throne. There you go. There you go. Get rid of stock before Christmas, so we'll get lucky on the prices and we'll ramp it up again after. I think they're talking about Glen Scotia 15.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gerbic says, yum, yum, Glen Al. So he's probably talking about Glen Alecky. There's only one place in Canada that always comes through with scotch. The name escapes me, though, says Peter White. I've been in the house for 20 minutes at Weltmuser. Well, welcome. Glad you can hang out, Throttle. Jason Coates. Yeah, Billy keeps bashing more and more oak and sherry into Glen Aleckys by the batch. Yeah, that seems to be the case. He's kind of a mad scientist. Peter White tried to get the batch 5, but was too far down the list. You're further than behind the comments than Quig ever is, he says.
That's good.
Too funny, man. Well, we've had what? We had 21 folks in, 20, I don't know why anyone would want Glen Alecky, but I can get you more batch 5 if you insist, says Jason Coates. Coates is not a fan. All right. All right, I'm about 20 minutes behind. Coates says it was the Barrel. Oh, it was the Barrel Select was the one that he had.
Barrel Select was quite nice. It's not the best, naturally, but it's all right. It's better than a lot of other Canadian whiskeys at the same price point. Because a lot of Canadian whiskeys at the same price point are flavorless, but at least you get something out of that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Barrel Select, nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, he says Donald tells me the batches on those are really variable, and that clearly he might have got a poor one. So,
I didn't notice much variation, but whatever.
Alex is joining us from Nova Scotia.
Yeah,
very cool. We are spanning the country of Canada, and the continent for that matter. Okay, we're about caught up here. Sorry about that, y'all. Let me go back to Beth Higgins' comment, and then I'd love to let Quig chime in on what she was asking. Let me find. Oh, yeah, here it is. Do you know much about Canadian single malts?
There are several great Canadian single malts, especially locally right here. I can get Shelter Point. Okay, I'm kind of like the unofficial spokesman for them, or brand ambassador, sort of. Shelter Point, if you can get any Shelter Point, it's wonderful stuff. Another good one is the one from the Yukon. I have to look at it. Two Brewers. If you can get some Two Brewers from the Yukon, that stuff is wonderful too. Other Canadian single malts, one that I like a lot. Here it is. Lowen McKinnon chocolate malt.
Oh, yeah, you gave me one of those.
Oh, and it's aged in Sauterne casks. Fantastic.
Oh,
This stuff is from the mainland, just near Vancouver. There's some others from. I'm just talking about local stuff. There's Canadian single malts all over the country that I haven't tried, but yeah, what else is good from around here? Oh, Macaloni's Caledonian. They've been winning awards and prizes all over the place.
Man, you sent me a bunch of Macaloni's too. We might have to get into a couple of Canadians after we're done with this. We'll see where we're at.
We can do that. That's not a problem with me.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Canadian single malts. The only trouble is wherever you are, they might be hard to get.
I don't see two brewers. I don't see Shelter Point. I don't see Macaloni's. I don't see Low and McKinnon anywhere here in the States.
Until, of course, I send you samples.
Yeah, until samples find their way to me from British Columbia. So.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a question, I think, of being in the right place to get them.
Yeah.
Stateside, I know they don't export a lot. Like you were saying, that you can only get the 40 Creek Copper Pot of all the 40 Creeks in your area.
Yeah.
But this is the best one, in my opinion. So
yeah,
honestly, really.
If you go to buy Canadian whiskey here in the States, and I'm talking about, there are good liquor stores here in Chicago, but I'm talking about if I go to Binny's, for example, what I'll see is, 5 to 10 different variations of Crown Royal flavored with this, Crown Royal flavored with that, etc. Tons of that stuff.
No.
They'll have obviously Canadian Club and Canadian Mist, the cheap stuff. You'll see Pike Creek 10, the rum cask one. So that we see here. You'll see a JP Weiser's 15. None of the really good ones. By the way, the JP Weiser's 27, that one that was at cask strength, I think that you sent me, is probably one of the best whiskeys I've ever had. That was
the 22.
22. Yeah. That was incredible. Yeah. So we'll see that, and then you'll see, Seagram 7.
Yeah.
It's just kind of
for Crown Royal. Crown Royal, the one I like the best is the XR.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
It's non-age statement. I think I'm sending you a sample. Just let me check.
Excellent.
What is this? Oh, that's a joke. Okay. This is the JP Weiser's 15. This is the Dewar's. Okay. 40 Creek Copper Pot.
Well, you can keep that one because I got that already.
Okay, Crown Royal XR 40%. That's wonderful. 40 Creek. Oh yeah, this is the
well, you'd be surprised. I just pulled up. So I just pulled up the Binny's website here in Canada or in the US, and so here are some of the ones that pop up. Rare. So we have just for Canadian whiskeys that they have here, Revelstoke, which is all flavored Canadian whiskeys. Crown Royal XO, Crown Royal regular Canadian, Pike Creek 10, Three Fingers high 12-year-old sherry Canadian whiskey, Pendleton. Here's a Crown Royal Apple.
No.
Signal Hill.
Signal Hill's okay. Signal Hill's okay.
Here's Hunt and Gather, Lot 2, 15-year-old Canadian whiskey.
Never tried that.
Here's another Crown Royal Vanilla, JP Weiser's Triple Barrel, JP Weiser's 15. Let me just share a couple.
Triple Barrel Rye is okay.
So we got Canadian Club 12 Classic, JP Weiser's 18. Lot 40, JP Weiser's Old Fashioned Cocktail Mix, 40 Proof Barrel Select. And
have they gone up to 20-year-old Canadian Club?
No, but they do have the 44 or the 43 and the 42 Canadian Club Chronicles.
Those are okay. I got the 44-year-old.
And here's another Crown Royal Canadian Whiskey Coming to America edition. Good old Yukon Jack. And
that's a liqueur. That's not a whiskey.
This one was expensive. Rare Perfection 14-year-old Canadian whiskey, $180. So that's just the taste of kind
Rare
of
Perfection. Who makes that? Does it say?
No, it doesn't.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, couldn't tell you. Anyways, let me catch up here just a little bit. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. So Alex is in Ontario. His son lives in Nova Scotia. Whiskey Throttle. I used to pop out my chat separate from my video so I could see the comments faster. I do have the comments in a separate thing too. But we're talking about Shelter Point and Two Brewers. Right. Peter White says, I have a whiskey in the 6 Shelter Point Smoke and Oak Cask. Like whiskey in the 6?
Yeah, apparently he had something to do with choosing the barrel or something. I think Shelter Point sent him some samples and they asked him which ones to select. And he selected some samples, and those are the ones that they ended up bottling. That is the one Shelter Point whiskey of the last couple of years that I was unable to get. Now, the story behind that is I was visiting my family in Montreal.
Oh.
And the day that was released was the day that I was getting on the plane to come back home. When I got back home, I saw the email for Shelter Point Smoke and Oak Cask Strength Whiskey in the 6, whatever. And I clicked on purchase, and it said sold out.
Damn.
No, it's not the biggest end of the world, because I've had another version of Smoke and Oak, which I still.
You've had a lot of whiskey in the 6's juice before, haven't you?
No, but I've had a lot of Shelter Point juice.
I kid.
Yeah,
no, I get you. Cool that he got to select something though. That's funny.
Yeah, they let him do that, but not me. I don't know why.
Yeah, we need to get a Quig barrel pick.
Well, there was a Quig barrel, but I think it's all been drunk by now.
There was a Quig barrel?
Yeah, but it was an unofficial Quig barrel.
Oh, nice. I want to hear more about that.
Oh,
how do you know what warm, let alone cold gym socks taste like?
Basically, we went over there. I went there to Shelter Point, and we tried some of their single malt that was finished in Lefroy casks. And there was about 6 of them there. And I tried each one, and I said, I like this one. And he made it his Leon Webb made it his unofficial Quig cask and kind of set it aside.
That's awesome.
And a couple times after that, we'd had tastes from it. I don't know if it still exists, but whatever. I don't believe they ever bottled any of it.
That's awesome, man. That makes it even more exclusive. You could sell it on secondary market for like $50,000 or something.
I don't have any of it right now.
Jason Coates says, can you get the basic lot 40 up there to me? That's worth the punt in my, I love it. Gooderham and Worts 4 grain is around here too, and it's nice. Yes, you can get the regular lot 40 here. I totally agree with you.
I have it right here. I got some on my bar.
Or the regular one.
Gooderham and Worts is wonderful if you can get yourself 11 Souls. That stuff is wonderful. There's a shop near here that still has some. It was released a couple of years ago, and it's wonderful stuff. Gooderham and Worts and the regular lot 40. Yeah, I've got a bottle right there on the shelf.
Yeah, so the regular lot 40, I do see that around here, Jason. So good question. It used to be kind of like under $30 now. I see it's like 35, 40. I still really like it. I actually think I do have a bottle of it.
It's right here.
Yeah. That stuff is delicious.
Yeah, it's good.
I know a site that does free shipping to the U.S. and Canada. If you spend over 500 pounds, maybe at club level, it's doable. Well, do share. I'm interested.
500
I'll
pounds.
save up my pennies, but
500 pounds, that's $1,000.
Yeah.
Canadian, anyway.
Yeah, exactly, Coates. Yeah, we can't really get much of the fancy stuff here for Canadian whiskey. It's a bummer. At Malt Muser Whiskey, Peter White says, grab a Crown Royal 16-year rye if you see it. USW release only. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it.
I've never seen it. USW. Okay.
Hey, Emily Chambers is stopping in. Hey, Emily. Good to see you. Quick hey, y'all. Stay out of trouble, boys, and hit the thumbs up. Appreciate that. Emily, great to see you. Hope you are doing well. Have a great holiday. Hey, Winston, get down. Stop stepping on the Lafroigs back there.
Yeah, you got quite a few Lafroigs back there.
Yeah, it's the Cartridge list. I have all of the cartridges from back to 2014 in bottles.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Cartridges don't last long enough here to do that.
I bought doubles of a lot. I have a couple of
Gatos.
Yeah, I got a couple of all of those. So, yeah,
this Glenallachie is really, really nice.
Yeah, I just finished off my my pour of it. It's really quite delicious. Throttle says Crown Royal Seagram's was all together once upon a time. Oh, okay. So they were they were at the same place.
Yeah, Seagram's had several brands underneath their umbrella.
Interesting. More like $1,600 Canadian Quig. Folks saying hi to Emily.
Yeah, okay, 1,600. 500 pounds? Really?
Is that what it translates into? Damn.
Well, when I went to the UK a couple of years ago, it was like 2 to 1, basically. It's gone that far down. Holy.
Yeah, that's a little bit.
No wonder my purchasing power has diminished.
Yeah, that's insane if that's the case. Okay, I'm going to move along to the third of my top 5, or the whiskeys, top 8. The whiskeys that I'm considering for my top 5 whiskeys of the year. And this is it's a bourbon. This is the Rabbit Hole Derringer. These go for about, I don't know, $60 to $70 here in the U.S.
Weren't you going for some Isla that was finished? Yeah,
I'm going to do that one last, I think, because it's.
Oh, okay. I can go along with you. Got some Blantons here, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. It's a little bit. Yeah, that one's really high on the ABV. So this one, again, Rabbit Hole Distillery out of Kentucky. It really started showing up on the shelves. They have a rye and a bourbon. This one in particular, Derringer, it's a straight bourbon, and it is finished in PX sherry, 46.5, non-chill filtered, all that good stuff. This is the whiskey that's really turned my head around when it comes to sherry finished bourbon. I have really kind of avoided it. I don't find sherry I don't find it a particularly compelling thing with the profile of bourbon, because bourbon's so damn sweet already. But it either drowns it out or it oversweetens it. But they really got it right with this one. I think this one is, man, it's going to be tough for this not to make my top 5.
I'll be right back with another glass of water.
Do your thing. The thing I love about the nose on this is that the whiskey itself is a bit on the oakier, drier side. So it's allowing that PX to really shine through. You're getting kind of just like grape notes, sweet red fruit notes. This is what the color looks like. Of course, it is natural color because it's a bourbon. It's a straight bourbon, so it's only a couple of years old minimum. But it doesn't say how old the stuff is otherwise. But twice finished in toasted and charred American oak and PX cherry cask, never chill filtered as it should be. Here on that. And I think the toasted oak, again, is what they did here. Instead of just kind of putting a really sweet bourbon into a and finishing it with PX is like they did a lot to kind of make this bourbon spicier and drier. Hence the toasted barrel that they use here. Like it's making sure that this has a nice kind of drier profile to contrast the sweetness of the PX, and I think it's allowing the PX to shine a lot. And that's what I think is really most remarkable about this one. This is a whiskey I'm going to buy another bottle of for sure. Just fantastic fruit forward nose, but you have some of that nice bourbon spiciness in the background. Man, damn good whiskey. Really impressed. I want to try some other stuff from these folks. If anybody's had anything from Rabbit Hole, I'd love to hear what you guys think about it. I know they have a rye and a couple bourbons out, and then this one.
It's just not available around here.
Yeah, I'm going to get you a sample of this. I really think you'll find this to be an interesting whiskey for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, it's delicious. When it comes to sherry's, Quig, do you have like certain styles you prefer over others? I mean, I'm thinking like, your Oloroso, PX, Muscatel, stuff like that. Or there's particular ones that you really enjoy?
Oh. Well, it depends what goes into it, really. Sometimes a PX will be fantastic, and other times it won't, depending on what was finished in it. Sure. And the same thing with Oloroso. There's some Olorosos that just don't do it for me, but others just click right in.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I know that I'm kind of moving away from sherry when I mention it, but whenever I have a Sauterne cask, which is the French dessert wine, whenever I have a Sauterne cask, that is the thing for me. Oh, Kitty.
Yeah, about to get the squirt gun out. That's the equalizer.
Yeah, right.
That way I don't have to get up every damn time. Anyways, continue, man. Sauternes.
Anyways, I was going. Sauterne is probably my favorite wine finish of all time. But you got some Marcellas that are fantastic, like that Mornier Marsala from Bunnahabhain that I had from the distillery. That was amazing.
Yeah. I have not had, when it comes to the Sauternes, like I've been hit or miss. I like the first one that I had was that Glenmorangie.
Oh yeah, Nectar d'Or.
Nectar d'Or, yeah, that was a good one.
Wonderful stuff.
Yep. I like the PX a lot. Okay. And again, though, I agree with what you were saying. It doesn't necessarily work with everything, but I've been gravitating, and Marsala too, by the way. I have a Marsala rum that just kills it, absolutely kills it. But I think, with the PX finishes, of course, the Lafroig 10 or the Lafroig Carchis this year has the PX. I think it does it really well. The Lagavulin Distiller's Edition with the PX finish, I think, can.
Oh, I have it right here. Carchis, that's a sample you sent me.
Oh.
That's a Carchis.
Yeah.
But I got my own bottle.
You did? Right.
Yeah. It's down here somewhere. Hold on.
Yeah, I think I sent that package out to you before you came back from the Premium Spirits release, and that's why
you sent it before we had our Premium Spirits release.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is.
Oh yeah, I think it's the best one they've put out since the Fino.
Amazing! I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. A couple comments on Rabbit Hole. Did you ever get to try the Rabbit Hole High Gold or the Boxer Grill? No, I have not had either of those yet, but I have seen them. I definitely want to try them. Like I said, I'm really impressed with this one. Rabbit Hole hasn't made it out to Canada or Alberta yet, says Peter White. Whiskey Loving Society's in the house. What's up?
Oh, there's Hert Retief.
Yes, cheers.
Cheers, Hert.
Slanch. Evening, Hert. You found the right stream for your taste, says James Morgan. Excellent. Jason Coates has never been let down by a Madeira cask.
No, Madeira casks are good too.
Yeah. But also, he's also a fan of the Sauternes. I'm caught up. I agree.
How did you do? You did that quickly.
Yeah, well, there's like I was kind of skipping over the ones where people are talking to each other, and
that's the way to get rid of about 70% of what's
unless
going
it was
on
something that's like really, I think pertinent.
Kitty.
Yeah, he's doing this to try to get my attention. Now I just bring the gun out, and now he knows. He's like, "Fuck that." Anyways, so yeah, this PX bourbon, I just, man, I never thought this would work. I'm not even sure why I bought it. I think, I was just in one of those moods where I'm like, I really want to try something different. And here we are. And it looks like Vegas Art just had this one. I finished the bottle of that same Rabbit Hall. I was amazed at how incredibly smooth mouthfeel. Yeah, man, this is a really good bourbon. Surprisingly, man, I did not expect.
I'm not able to taste that, but going by Blanton's.
Yeah, how is the Blanton's treating you?
Oh, wonderful. Just wonderful. I know there's a stigma around Blanton's, being that there's a whole bunch of people hunting the stuff that are, shall we say,
not in it to drink it.
Well, it's sort of a status symbol among some people, I suppose.
Yeah.
And among those people, with those people, it's like they're a bunch of.
Dude, he just took off, man. Sorry about that. Continue with your plans.
They're apparently, the whole stigma around it is that they're a bunch of boorish guys who don't know shit from their elbows and what have you. But Blanton's is the cat's ass and they got to have it,
Yeah.
And if they can't get it, they make a big fuss out of it and so on and so on. The only reason I have it was this one was from the summer release last summer. And the other one I have, which is a BC liquor store exclusive, was in the the premium spirits release in November. So I ended up getting a bottle of that.
Nice. How many spirits releases do they do each year? 2. Okay, so
they do a summer release, and then they do a premium spirits release in November. So the summer release is sometime in July, and the other one is in November, and that's it. And if there were any more, it would just be overwhelming.
Yeah.
Because, I come away from one of those with anywhere between 10 and 20 bottles.
Yeah, you had a nice haul, man. I saw that video you posted. By the way, if folks are not subscribed to Foodquig's channel, you definitely are missing out. Take a second, open a new window, shoot a subscription over his way. I think Bourbon Bounty is also in the house. If you're a bourbon fan, check out his channel. But yeah, man, and Whiskey Lover Society as well. Give her the subscription too.
Yeah, Hertz is doing some wonderful things over there in Belgium. He's putting together some really great whiskey videos, and I enjoy watching them. And
definitely
worth your time.
Yeah, definitely. So on the Blanton's thing, so this isn't the first bottle of Blanton's that you've had, is what you're saying? Like you've had it before,
to be honest, it's the second.
And they show up and you just get the regular ones at the spirits release, or do they?
No. We have the next one that I'm gonna do is a BC liquor store exclusive. It's like a store pick.
Quig, and this might not be your MO, but I would definitely pour yourself a sample of that regular one and save it to do a side by side with the store pick. Because I'll tell you this, I had the honor and pleasure of doing a tasting of, Blanton's is from Buffalo Trace. It was a Buffalo Trace tasting at a whiskey bar called, Jesus Christ, I'm forgetting their name now. Jesus, it's the blah blah saloon. Saloon in DC.
Jesus Saloon. Okay.
It's the I'm forgetting the name of it now. I gotta let my mind catch up here. Jack Rose Dining Saloon. I apologize. So the Jack Rose Dining Saloon is probably, if it is not the best whiskey bar in the United States in terms of their collection, it's in the top 3. And so they do
Chicago too, or what?
No, it's in Washington D.C.
Oh, Washington D.C. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just walls, 25-foot walls covered in bottles. Absolutely amazing stuff. And they give you a book when you show up there. It's like a binder about this thick, and I'm not even kidding you. All just whiskeys that you can pick through. I mean, they have
the whole list of everything you can possibly get.
I mean, they have Springbanks from the 1980s. It's crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you got to bring a couple $100 if you really want to taste some rare stuff. But anything you want, they have essentially. So they do picks periodically, and we'll put Jack Rose on it. I have a Jack Rose Haven Stoisha pick recently, for example. Okay. So they part of this tasting that they did was they gave you some of the regular Blanton single barrel, which is a totally solid bourbon for sure, and then they gave you a sample of the barrel pick that they did of the standard single barrel, and man, it was like night and day. I mean, it was unbelievable how much richer, how much longer the finish was. Incredible. So I would not be surprised at all if you notice some considerable differences between the one that you're drinking now and the one that you're going to open next.
So the one that I'm drinking now is getting a little lower in the bottle. And the first time I ever had Blanton's original was back in about 10 years ago. I ended up getting it in Nashville.
Oh, wow.
We were in Nashville, went to a liquor store. Oh, I want to get your best bourbon. Yeah, okay, this one. Yeah, okay, we'll try it. The way I judged what the best bourbon was the one that had the highest price tag on it. So I bought a bottle of Blanton's and I brought it home and I started enjoying it. This was before I really got heavily into whiskey. It was just like a casual thing, right? And then my ex found a recipe for bourbon chicken. Oh, this has bourbon on it.
Oh, no. Oh, Lord. That might have been some damn good bourbon chicken.
That was the best bourbon chicken you can ever imagine.
Oh, man. So you came home looking for your Blantons, and she was like, surprise.
Well, she poured about half the bottle into it, yeah.
Oh, man.
But that was great bourbon chicken, tell you.
So do you ever see any of the more, like the special bottlings? Like, they have, I mean, obviously the Blanton's Red, which I know is a Japanese release. I think
never seen that.
The Blanton's Gold might be one that you make.
Never seen that.
Never seen that one either.
To see any Blanton's here is special.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. To see this one was last summer, the Summer Spirits release. I was second in line. Okay. For this one here, that's underneath the table still. Hold on. Yeah. Here we are. This one here.
Oh, okay. So that's the store pick.
As far as I know, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I was first in line at the store, and this looks like it's going to be tricky to get open. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's got a baggie on it too.
Yeah.
That's a special Blanton's. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's the okay. That's the special one. What does it say on here? The finest bourbon in the world comes from a single barrel Original single barrel, Blanton's, Kentucky, single barrel bourbon. Wait a minute. How is this different from the one I'm drinking now?
Usually they'll have like a sticker on the bottle that'll say like, store pick and then the name of the store or something like that.
Maybe it's on the. Are you saying it's on the bottle?
Yeah, I don't know if that's how they do it in Canada, but that's usually what you see them here.
Wait a second here. Got to get this open again. Oh, come on. Oh, the horsey is getting stuck in. Okay, here we are. Okay. The original single barrel bourbon whiskey, finest bourbon single barrel. Let's see if there's a sticker on the bottle.
Yeah, there might be a sticker on there that says like, premium, blah, 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 whatever. Store pick, blah, blah, blah.
I'm looking for it. Oh, wait. There is a red sticker here. Single barrel BC Liquor Store Select.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
You know.
Yeah, you got yourself a nice store pick there. Those are nice.
I got myself a special. But it's only the stickers on the barrel, nowhere else. You have to get it out of the baggie to find it. And I want to package this back up because I haven't opened it yet, and I'll get to it eventually. So what you're saying is that I should hold back on finishing my existing.
Yes. I think you will find, this will be, because in the U.S. we get a lot of whiskeys do store barrel picks, so I think it'll be a real interesting thing for you to do a comparison. You pour yourself a regular Blanton's, and then you can kind of see what the difference is between that and
pour this besides it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Barrel pick. So I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Okay, I think I might end up doing that eventually.
Yep, we were talking Jack Rose there. Alberta has a spirits lead every other day. Coates, you were right. Yes, you can buy a Willet Red Hook Rye at Jack Rose. Yeah, they also Willet. They have like 17, 19-year-old Willet Ryes at Jack Rose that are just, it's insane. And I went to Jack Rose a few years back. It was unreal. Yeah, definitely. Peter White says Blanton's isn't really that great. Not a huge fan. Okay.
Really? I find that it's the best bourbon I've ever had.
Wow. Even over the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof or the Stag Jr.?
It's up there.
Yeah.
Elijah Craig and I've only had a sample of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. And that was some years ago. And I did get a bottle of George T. Stagg Jr., and that was wonderful. Wonderful. I would say that Blanton's is right up there with it.
Yeah.
Any other bourbon that I have had has not measured up to those three.
I should get you. I think not in the recent thing I sent you, but in one of the last ones I sent you some Elijah Craig. I'll send you another one of some of the newer batches too. Keep you flowing with the good bourbons.
Okay.
Vince Morgan says, I haven't bought anything over 18 years that wasn't grain whiskey. What you don't taste, you won't miss, except bourbon chicken. Yeah. I know it won't last long. Whiskey Lover Study, that will make some great bourbon chicken. Yeah, for sure. Chris S. says, if I'm looking for some good bourbon, I just get some Russell's Reserve single barrel. Yeah, Russell's Reserve. Have you had that one, Quig?
Nothing wrong with Russell's Reserve. I've had a couple bottles of it, and both of them were just wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well,
it won't be my first choice if I see it on the shelf. It's not the one that I will grab first.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Well, again, so just to summarize on this rabbit hole, and it was cool that Vegas Art commented earlier that he has had some of this too. This will be in my best whiskeys of 2021 video. I don't know where it's going to fall in the ranking, but I'll tell you, this is a damn good bourbon and much better than I expected. It exceeded expectations and has made me, give a second look to, sherry cask finished bourbons because, boy, they really did a good job with this.
Mm.
I'm going to get my fourth whiskey poured. No rush on it. This, I just want to make sure it gets some proper oxygen. Oh, yeah. And then maybe we'll, I'll let you know once we're done with this, I'll let you know what Canadians I have left. And maybe we can.
Okay, what's that you just poured?
So I just poured, this is the fourth one. This is the Bunnahabhain.
Demornia.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll meet that with the Freud 10.
Do it. Yeah, I agree. Ren's in the house. Hey, Ren. Hey, whiskey folks. Just got here. Great to have you.
Ren, okay.
Good to have you being here. Better bourbon's just not that great. I agree. I'm sure you have some hell of a bourbon cellar, Peter White. I'd love to hear some of your favorites too. I'm going to be contrarian on this and say I actually have not. I like Wild Turkey. I like the Wild Turkey 101. I really like the Wild Turkey Rare Breed. The Kentucky Spirit Single Barrel is fine, but I think it's overpriced. I actually have not been a huge fan of Russell's Reserve, either the 10-year or the single barrel. And I'm not sure why. And I know there are great store picks, and I know in general people really enjoy it. I think it's a really well-made whiskey. It's the profile of it, of the ones I've had, have really skewed on the side of being very cherry, kind of cotton candy, sweet confectionery that was just a little bit too much for me. Winston, get down. You're going to get shot again. And it just wasn't quite my thing, but I think I need to probably try them again. Because, sometimes you try something one day and you're just, it doesn't quite do it for you. And then, a year or two later, it hits different. And I think there's probably a lot of opportunity with the single barrel in particular that I need to give another day in court. So jury's still out for me on those.
I've tried a lot of those Wild Turkeys.
Yeah.
And I've had the rye, I've had the bourbon, and I've had different things like Wild Turkey, Rare Breed, and so on and so on. But I always find myself coming back to the 101. And the 101 seems to be the one that resonates with me the best.
Sure.
And I usually have some on I don't have any right now, but I usually have some Wild Turkey 101 on my bar.
Yeah.
And I'm not really in a hurry to go back and get some Rare Breed or any of the other expressions for some reason.
Yeah, I've been really lucky. My brother is quite a bourbon head, and I have got to try some 101s from like the 80s. He's got some of the gold foil bottles, like just stellar old bottlings of Wild Turkey. But I agree with you. I think the Rare Breed is probably the one that I go for the most. I mean, the 101 is obviously just a great price and, great mixer, perfect for, you can drink it up and enjoy it. But, I do want to go back on some of the Russell's Reserve single barrels for sure. I think I probably need to try another one of those. But some of these old turkeys that I've had the luck to try were just incredible.
Well, the thing is, you've got a better access to a lot of the Wild Turkey Rare Breeds than I do.
Yeah, you see the Rare Breed and stuff. Do you ever see the Kentucky Spirit, which is their single barrel up by you?
I don't remember seeing that one.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if that one makes its way to Canada at all. Ren says, Mount Muser, what is the rabbit hole you speak of? Yeah, so the one that I'm just finishing up on, this is the Derringer straight bourbon finished in PX sherry. Yeah, just to do a quick, so we just about to hit the 2-hour mark, which is awesome. So just to summarize, I've narrowed down to my 8 favorite whiskeys I tried here in 2021. 4 of them I have brought out to taste tonight. We've done the Aaron 10, the Glenallachie 10 Cask Strength Batch 5, the Rabbit Hole Derringer, and then up next is the Bunnahabhain Moynia. This was an older bottle, but I opened it this year. Moynia Bordeaux Red Wine Cask. I'm going to release the video on Chris, just before the end of the year. The other ones that are in contention are the Paul John Christmas Edition 2020, Tamdhu Batch Strength number 5, the Napogue Castle Irish Whiskey 14-year-old, and the Ardbeg Uigeadail. So those will all be on that list. This is the Derringer. Bunnahabhain is really nice. Agreed. Chris says he's not a big fan of the Russell's Reserve 10 either. Jason Coates says 10 is good for 35 in my opinion, but the single barrels are where it's at. We're talking about the Wild Turkey Russell's Reserve line. So far, the best has just been the Shelfer. Wild Turkey 101 is the gold standard for daily sippers, says Peter White.
10-4, good buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dusty Turkeys. Yeah, I've got the chance to taste some of them, which has been something. Chris says Wild Turkey 101 is what got me drinking whiskey neat. Hell yeah, man. That's what it's all about. And Ren says Kentucky Spirit is available rarely in British Columbia, priced at $75. Yeah, see, that's the thing. The rare breed you can get it such cheaper, and I just don't think the Kentucky Spirit, which is the single barrel, brings all that much more to the table. I actually think the rare breed is better.
And I prefer the 101 to the rare breed. So
yeah, well, there you go. I mean, and
there you go.
You got your Wild Turkeys figured out.
I'm in my niche for Wild Turkey, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we're hitting that 2-hour mark. Smash that
already.
Yeah,
it's 2 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're just getting warmed up here, y'all. Apparently, so. Smash that like button if you're enjoying the show so far. We do appreciate the support. And, of course, join the chat if you're willing. If you have yet to, take a second, smash that subscribe button. I do whiskey reviews. They come out every Friday and a live stream every Tuesday at 8 Eastern. Foodquig, check out his channel. Subscribe to him.
Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays.
So if you want to chat, you want constant whiskey content, look no further than the Quig. He is putting them out on literally almost every other day, and samples on Sundays, which is a really cool thing that he's been doing for some time. So make sure you shoot a subscription his way as well. And we're going to keep going here.
Most Sundays have samples, but sometimes they have other special things going on.
Am I incorrect based on our conversation earlier that a sample Sunday review of the Barrel Seagrass is coming tomorrow?
Let me see.
I think that you mentioned it a little earlier, so I just wanted to.
I mentioned something of that. Let's see now. Let's see now. I'm looking.
Yeah, take your time. We're in no rush.
Okay. I see what's going on here. Tomorrow.
This rabbit hole, man.
Tomorrow. It's a rum.
Oh, nice. Which one? The Foursquare?
Foursquare 12-year-old.
Yeah, dude.
Chosen by none other than Lisa.
Oh, hell yeah. I cannot wait. You know, I've been floating you some rums these last few sample swaps thinking.
Yeah, you have. And I'm going, what's with all these rums here? Yeah. This is not really my wheelhouse. So
yeah. Well, that last one, the Hampton, you said you really liked. So.
Oh, the Hampton was fantastic.
Yeah, I am going to be really excited to see what you think of that Foursquare.
But
2000.
For the Seagrass, I recorded that last night. Look for it sometime in January.
Okay.
Because I have a 12 sample box to get through to say goodbye to the year 2021.
Okay.
And it will start on the 20th, or is that correct? Yeah, 12 days. So it will start on the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. Yeah, on the 20th, I'm going to be starting a series of 12 delights to say goodnight to the year 2021.
All right, man. That sounds great. So, folks,
those are from Shelter Point, of course.
You are going to want to, if you have not subscribed to Quig's channel, if that's not enticing, I'm not sure what will be. So do take a second, go shoot a subscription his way, and you're going to get yourself some really nice, content coming. So,
well, you'll have a way to waste. You'll have an opportunity to waste some of your time with me, with me talking about stuff that has to do with drinking whiskey, and that's about it.
Well, I don't think I've gotten bored of that yet, and I'm not sure
you can tell that I'm not the master of self-promotion.
Well, it's your consistency and the quality of how much you just enjoy spirits that I think brings everybody coming back, man. So don't be too modest.
Well, I can't help it. I just had one of my channels removed from YouTube.
One of your channels?
Yes.
Which one?
The Taxi Vlogs channel.
It's been removed?
Yep.
Oh, shit. What happened? Did you do it or was it forced on you?
I didn't do it. Suddenly I couldn't get to it and it wasn't there anymore.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Man, how many years worth of stuff you have on there, though?
About 12.
Damn.
But I've backed everything up. That's not a problem.
Holy shit. I wonder what would have triggered that.
Current events, the last couple of years,
Yeah. Wow.
And that's all. And I'm not going to go into it any further than that.
That's unfortunate.
Some things that I have said went against the grain of some people.
Wow.
And some people who have a lot of money and have a lot of power, and they shut my channel down because those people are the ones who advertise on YouTube.
Right.
And because I went against or contrary to what they were propagating and advertising, I was persona non grata, and they took my Taxi Vlog channel away.
Damn. Well, that's unfortunate. I really enjoyed the Taxi Vlog, but I'm glad at least the Foodquig channel is running strong. And
the Foodquig channel hasn't done anything to alert them yet. But I have been convinced to continue the Taxi Vlogs on my initial Foodquig channel.
Oh, great. Okay.
But I will try not to step on anyone's tail when I do so. And I will try and stay away from topics of conversation that have to do with what has got my Taxi Vlogs channel removed.
Well, there you go. So folks should check out the MacQuig, M-E-H.
No, don't look at MacQuig because it's gone. It's disappeared. That's the one.
There'll be a new one, is what you're saying.
You want to look at Foodquig, F-E-H-Q-U-I-G.
F-E-H-Q-U-I-G. If you want to follow the Taxi Vlog, head on over there.
That is if you're really interested. But, I was surprised that people were interested enough to, say that they were sad that the Taxi Vlogs channel, the MacQuig channel, has disappeared. Anyway.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
I will continue doing those vlogs, but
we'll take this next dram as a
next dram
as a eulogy to this will be in eulogy to the fact.
I'm still on this one.
Oh, well, take your time. We're not in any.
Right.
I actually have a little bit left in my glass here that I can finish up before we head into the last one, and then we will go Canadian.
This is Wunderbar. Totally Wunderbar.
Oh, yeah, that's the one you're on right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay.
Well,
Then let me join you. Yeah. So, okay, so this is the fourth whiskey I'm drinking tonight. This will be on my best whiskeys that I've had in 2021, and I'm not saying it's going to be the number one whiskey, but what I do want to just say on the onset is this is one of the best whiskeys I've ever had.
Yeah.
This is the Bunnahabhain Moynia Red Wine Bordeaux Cask. This came out in 2018. They are not easy to get your hands on anymore, unfortunately. But it is bottled at 58.1%. It is 9 years old. And it is freaking fantastic. If you ever see this, I implore anybody to buy it on site. It is just a remarkable, remarkable whiskey.
I don't have any Moynia, so I'm doing it with the Quig 10.
Yeah, no, that's great. And just to show everybody the color here, this is yeah, that is a beautiful whiskey. The color on that is just ridiculous. So we were seeing some comments here showing love for the Foursquare, which is awesome. I'm really excited to see you do that. We get Foursquare rum, but Hampton is a unicorn independent bottles.
Oh,
really exists. Yeah,
that Hampton you sent me. That was marvelous.
Yeah, the best part about that is that's the regular release. I actually have, and this is what I'll include in the next thing I send you. I have one that's called the Hampton Great House 2020, which is like a higher strength version of that one, and higher quality or whatever in all certain ways. It's to die for. You'll love it.
Wow.
Yeah.
But that Hampton was the only rum that ever really did it for me.
Yeah, that one. I call them the Springbank of rums because they have that high ester funk that really just do amazing. It's an amazing flavor profile.
That blew my doors off. That was great.
Here's Donner Pat's going to watch us later with some great trends when I get off work at 2 a.m. Pacific. Man, that's awesome. Great to
2 a.m. Oh, that's only 7 hours from now.
Well,
I don't know if I'll be awake at that time, but who knows?
Well, we'll have the playback for sure. So,
oh yeah, lots of playback.
So, anyways, this Buna, I mean, you might be able to find these randomly for maybe 200 now. I don't know. If not, like they're going to be independent bottling types. The nose on this is so rich and intense. It's got that classic Bunnahabhain kind of dried nuts, dried fruit note, a little bit of that mustiness. It also just has tons of sweet red wine. Hell yeah.
Here's what I can do for Buna.
Do it.
Oh, it's fantastic.
The Buna 12 is stupidly underrated whiskey.
But I'm still drinking Quig.
Enjoy the Quig. This Moynia means smoke in Scots Gaelic. So this is like the peated Buna. I'm gonna go in for a sip right now, and like I said, I'm just saying this on the outset. I think Donner Pass I gave a sample of this too at one point. Like this is one of the best whiskeys I think I've ever had. It's definitely up there. Here we go. Oh man. It's 9 years old, but I swear you wouldn't even know it. Heavy, rich, dark fruits, red fruit. Hi, Winston. I think you're hungry, aren't you? Yeah, we got to feed you. And then you get this nice drying peat with a bit of smoke. And then you get these surges of like red fruits just like popping off the back end of it. It goes into a long finish, dark chocolate. It is just, I would say, yes, this is a 9-year-old whiskey. Yes, it is 58.1%. Even at this youth, if you saw this for $250 US, I would say you should buy it. It's that good. This is probably the best Bunnahabhain I've ever had, and one of the best whiskeys I've ever had. It's that good. I'm not sure how many bottles they did in this. There were, natural color, non-chill filtered. Hi, buddy. I'm sorry. Monia means peated, not smoked. My apologies.
Close.
I think they did. So So this is bottle 3828 of 4,536. So there's only 4,500 bottles of this. Warehouse number 8. Distillation date was the December 18th, 2008, and bottled February 26th, 2018. This is liquid gold. I recommend any of these limited release Bunas. Like right now, the one that's making its way around the States is the Manzanilla, which is really good. But this Monia version, so some are Monias, some are not in these limited releases. This red wine Bordeaux cast strength peated Bunnahabhain is just. If you like Islay Scotch, if you like peated Scotch, this is hard pressed. You're hard pressed to find a more just decadent whiskey than this. God, fresh peat. Quig, I'm glad to have you back. I'm gonna step.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I need to step away for just a second. I gotta go feed the Winston the whiskey cat here. I think he's hungry.
Oh yeah.
I'll get myself some water and then I will return. So give me
I just did that. So you want me to hold the fort, kind of, sort of.
If you wouldn't mind, feel free to share your thoughts on that.
Where are we in the comments here?
We're like.
I see. Hi, Jason. Hi, Hert.
Yeah.
I honestly think Hampton, the top 5 distillery of the planet in any category. Wow, Jason, that's quite some high praise. Then the Caroni rum is the Port Ellen of rums. I don't know from Port Ellen really to speak of, and I'm not a big expert on rums, but Jason Coates says, I finally found a Caroni in Italy last week, brought it home. And Peter says to Jason, nice. I have been nursing one for years. Donner Pass is here saying, yes, that Bunnahabhain Monia was one of the best things I tasted this year. I haven't tasted any Monia this year, but I understand where you're coming from. Jason Coates says, I've missed out on a couple of the last 2 years. This is the first one I managed to buy. Okay, and we're talking about Caroni. Okay. And there's Hert saying whiskey, the Bunna is about 43 euros here in Belgium. That would be about $100 here in Canada. That's not bad, really. Last Monia I had was the fish eel Monia Oloroso from a couple of years ago. Hitter. Oh, yeah, hitter, all right. I don't believe I've had any fish eel whiskey, even though I have so many boxes behind me and tins and cylinders and things having to do with whiskey that are empty. I'm still enjoying this Freud 10. In case you're wondering, this is my whiskey, my Scotch whiskey of the year of 2021, the Sherry Oak Cask, the Freud 10.
Returned.
And I am drinking the last of it. The very last of it. That's the last of it that I have. Welcome back.
What did I miss?
Oh, not much. I was just responding to what people had said in the comments.
Oh, great.
And I think I got down to the end of it.
Awesome.
Yeah, something like that.
That Bunnahabhain Monia. Yeah, okay. I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah, I was there.
Last Monia I had was the Fisil Monia Oloroso a couple years ago.
I haven't had any fish eel Monia anything, but yeah, that was the last comment that I responded.
Oh, okay, great. So, Coates, I actually earlier this year I did a review. So I got my hands on the 2020 Monia Fisil. So each year Bunnahabhain does a Monia and a non-Monia Fisil release, and I had the Monia one earlier this year, which was the Amontillado, and it's awesome. That one was really, really good. Peter White said, surprised on whiskey-based scores of the Bunnahabhain Moynia 82 to 84. So I wonder if they're talking about just the regular Moynia with that, because there's like there's one that's just called Bunnahabhain Moynia, not like any of these limited release versions. And I'll be honest, I had that one and I wasn't that impressed with it. These limited release ones, so there's like this one, the one that came out. Okay, so no, it's not a Moynia release, but there's like the ones that look like this. I have the Buna Feast Seal. Yeah, here it is. Actually, this one was a peated version. Let me see if I can find it here quick. Yeah, so this was the 2020 Feast Seal. I got it wrapped in a bag. I had 2 bottles of it. This is the Amontillado Bunnahabhain Feast Seal, which was just freaking killer. 10-year-old. They only did like 1,600 bottles of it.
I've only had 1 or 2 Amontillado finished Scotch whiskeys in my entire life, but those 2 were wonderful.
Yeah, I wonder if one of them was the Lefroy Carches.
I don't know. I'm thinking more in lines of the Glenkinchie.
Really?
Distiller's Edition.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Glenkinchie Distiller's Edition.
That's going back some years now, but I remember that was good.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I haven't seen much Amontillado since then.
Yeah, I don't think you see a lot of those in general, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think if I've seen any, and none ring a bell. I have a Cavalan Amontillado.
Oh,
that's it though. That and the Lefroy.
As soon as you say the word Cavalan, it's like, okay, I see dollar signs in front of my eyes, and it's like, this is too much.
They are too much. So here's they
are not worth the money you pay for them.
Here's how I've gotten lucky with those. I have a Muscatel, a Fino, and an Amontillado of the Cavalan Solus collection, which are those single cask versions. Normally they're like $500 to $700. For whatever reason, I walked into a Benny's one day, and they have a room with like a bunch of a locked room for the high end stuff. They were selling them at $250 a piece. So I was like, there's no way I'm ever going to get these bottles ever at these prices. So I just
like grab. Yeah.
Sure. Otherwise, no. And there's no way I would. I mean, that Amontillado Cavalan is like $600. There's no freaking way I would pay that much for that.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was like, $250? Yeah, I'll do it. They had a Manzanilla as well. I didn't buy it, but I was like, damn.
I've had 2 or 3 Cavalans, and the first one I ever got was a Cavalan Solus Sherry, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It was like $250, and I didn't like it.
Oh well.
And the other one I got was a Concert Master, which was about $150.
Yeah.
Which was a non-age statement. Nothing special. And really, when I tried it, it was nothing special, but it was still $150. If it was $50, it would have been fine. But $150 for this? Nah, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I was just looking at what Peter White said. So Peter, I just found this. So for the Moynia release I'm looking at right now, here's the whiskey base link. It's 88.84. So it's pretty good on their scores. But yeah, this whiskey, I think Distiller had it at like a 97, which is crazy, but it's that good. Yeah. Really, really great release. One of the things I love about Bunnahabhain is, and you can detect it even on this, and I definitely get it on their 12. For whatever reason, part of the profile of these smells like an old used bookstore. You walk into an old bookstore and it has a little bit of that kind of musty dankness. I love it.
Bunnahabhain 12.
Buna. God, this is good.
On the nose is fantastic.
Bunnahabhain doesn't get the respect it deserves, I think. Because they're on Isla, they just don't seem to get, I don't know. But God, I mean, they bottle their stuff with, I think even the 12 is non-chill filtered, right? I know that's 46.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
The wife says Cavalier Solus prices are decent in Alberta. Sherry Solus is like 180. I paid 200 for the cat. Wow. Those are great prices. Yeah. Wish I saw those like that in the U.S. Wow. Yeah, I mean the Cavaliers. I have a couple barrel pick sherries that are really quite good. But anyways, yeah. So again, this is going to be in my top 5 whiskeys of the year video. I don't want to say it's my number 1 because I don't want to give anything away. It's in hot contention with one other whiskey, but let me tell you, this is I think one of the better whiskeys I've ever had, and I'll just say it. It's that fucking good. It's young, but my God, the cask maturation going on here. Again, the barrels that they selected for this, the red wine Bordeaux. This is the second bottle of a red wine Bordeaux maturation that I've had that has made a top 5 list for me. Last year.
What's the whiskey that it's going against?
Oh, I don't know if I want to give it away. So let me. Okay. It is going against something that I sent you a sample of. And I think it's going to be between those two. I don't want to say anything more.
You mean I got to look through all these samples or guess whatever samples I've had in the past?
Yeah. So
fair enough.
So I have 8 whiskeys. 3 are going to be honorable mentions. 5 will make the top 5. The whiskeys are as follows. One more time. Bunnahabhain Moynia red wine Bordeaux cask matured 2008. Rabbit Hole Derringer PX Sherry Bourbon. Glenallachie Batch 5 cask strength. Tamdhu Batch 5 cask strength. Napogue Castle 14-year-old. Aaron 10-year-old. Paul John Christmas Edition 2020 Ardbeg Ugadal. So those are the whiskeys that will be fighting it out. I will drop this video as the last video of the year. I think it'll be. I'm not going to say anything about the other 3 I've had tonight, but I can guarantee you as a sneak peek, this will be in the top 5. This will not be an honorable mention. It will be a top 5 for sure. And with that, we've finished up our portion of this part of the tasting of our video. But Quig has shared a bit of a couple of the whiskeys he's been sipping on are going to be high in contention for his whiskey awards as well, which is super cool. And Quig, I think if you're up for it, we could switch over to a little some Canadian whiskey.
Sure. I'd be glad to do that.
So let me tell you what I have left of some of the samples you've sent me. And then we can, maybe if you have any of those, we could taste them together.
All right.
But
I'm still working on the Bunnahabhain 12.
Yeah, do it. How was the Lafroig 10 Sherry, by the way?
It's gone. There's none left. I've done it. It's done.
Okay.
It was lovely. It was delicious. I did that when you did the whatever it was you were tasting over there.
And is that a whiskey that was in contention for your Scotch of the year by chance? I know how much you love Lefroy.
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
And if you watch over the next week, you'll know for sure.
I'm definitely going to do that because that's going to be a really I am very I know how much you love Lefroy. So I'm very much thinking that you getting your hands on a sherried Lefroy is going to be something that really kind of floats your boat. So,
well, a particular video on Lefroy has made me the most money. So yeah, of course I will.
I think I know which video you speak of. The video that made Quig famous around the world, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Something like that. And lately it's been getting a lot more comments because somebody on some other platform has discovered it and shared it with their friends and so on.
That's awesome, man. That video is never going to lose. That thing is
over 2 million views. I don't think any other whiskey video on YouTube has got more than 2 million views.
I think you're right. I think that's probably the most viewed whiskey video of all time.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And as long as they don't take down my channel,
yeah, right,
it will continue to be so.
I like Glencaddam. I love them, but it seems like not a lot of people. You're talking about Boona. Yeah, I agree. Mom User, have you opened the Irishman 17 single casket? Yes, I have. Opened it way earlier this year. I need to get back into that. I'm going to do a full review of that in
Irishman 17-year-old.
There's a single cast I got at the government store in Pennsylvania. It's awesome. Quinn says, I know that video. Cheers the walkout. Please tell me you monetized that one, says Jason Coates.
Of course I did, Jason.
Hell yeah. Peter White says the ultimate Scotch video.
There you go.
I remember one time it was when it was on the front page of Reddit, and I was like, that's
exactly what made it famous. I don't even know what Reddit is, but that's what made it famous.
Dude. Oh my God. That video, when you went live, like to kind of react to all of the attention it was getting, and you had all of these random people who don't know dick about whiskey, who just thought it was so amazing chiming in. That was another, that was a moment for the ages, man. It was great.
I keep getting comments on it about me being people's hero and stuff. All I did was sit there and taste whiskey while my ex was walking out the door.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Man, let me tell you, that video is so epic. There's a few moments of little things you do that are just like when she says bye and you're just like bye, and it just goes right back to nosing the way. It's just I know it's probably got some sensitive moments for you, but man, there are just some epic moments for somebody who doesn't know you just coming across that video.
To me, it's all ancient history right now,
To see that, dude, people are like, man, this dude knows what's up. It's so good. The ultimate Scotch video. Chris says the first time I seen that video, I didn't know the backstory, and I was like, wait, did she just move out? And he didn't blink.
Well, to be honest and to be straightforward about the whole thing, over 2 weeks, she was looking for a new place to move into. And she couldn't find anything that was, suitable for her that she would like to move into. So one day after 2 weeks, she'd looked at about 15 different places. And I went to work one day and I pulled my car over and parked it, and I got in the taxi and I turned a corner and it said vacancy. And I thought, oh, okay. So I went to the office at 9 a.m. when they said they were going to open. And I was there on the doorstep. The office opened. I went in. I said, I want that apartment that says vacancy. They gave it to me. I'm living in that apartment right now.
No
That's
shit.
this place.
Oh man.
And she stayed in our old place for another year or so.
So she moved her stuff back in?
I moved my stuff to here.
Well, what she was moving, so the stuff that was packed up in the back was actually your stuff, not hers.
No, that was hers, but she stayed there for another year.
Got it. Okay.
So I moved here. I put every day I came to work, I brought something in the back of my little hatchback, and I brought something in here. And a couple times I used her van to move a couple of bigger things into here. But over the time of 2 weeks, I had moved all my stuff into here from over there.
Got it.
And she stayed there for, a year or two. And I was here, and it's a 5-minute walk to where the taxi parks, which is perfect.
Oh, nice.
And I don't have to commute no more. My car sits there for all week until I need to get groceries at the end of the week. And so, I've been here the whole time since then. It's been 6 years and a half.
Yeah.
And she, after a year or two, she moved back to Alberta, where she thought that she would have a better time.
Got it. I have to ask you this.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the answer is probably no, but has Lefroy ever reached out to you about that video in any way about, no? Okay.
No, they haven't really reached out to me.
That would be, I can see why, but at the same time, like the virility of that, like there's, yeah.
I don't care what happens. I don't care about it, whatever, but for some people, it's part of the history.
Yeah.
And Lefroy, do I have some here? That's not Lefroy. That's not Lefroy. Do I have any Lefroy here? No.
You just had the 10 Sherry Oak, didn't you?
The empty bottle.
Oh, he killed it.
This one is killed. That's the empty bottle.
Oh man.
Lefroy has always been and will always be a favorite of mine.
Yeah.
Where were we going on that?
Peter White says it's mic drop video. Code says, I think I chimed in on the Reddit thread to sort some people out. They were giving you hell for drinking at 10 a.m., not knowing you worked third shift. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gerbic says, love that video. It's high art.
High art.
James Morgan says, how long has the wall of whiskey taken, Quig?
Well, I've lived here for 6 years and a half, and a little bit longer than that. So if you look at the early videos that I made, there are bottles, there are cans and boxes behind Cindy's desk.
Oh man, there's Easter eggs. There's Easter eggs in the Lefroy 10 video, y'all. We got to go back and click that.
Yes. But I have been the wall has been going on for 6 or 7 years, and there's the second row starting. It goes to about here.
You're doing a second row? Oh shit!
Yeah, to about here.
No way.
Yeah, that's the second row.
That's amazing, dude. Fucking amazing.
So by the time I retire in 2029, it will be 2 rows thick, and I will have to find some way to dispose of all these boxes and cans.
Man, I'm telling you, like before you do that, you're gonna have to like take some type of time lapse picture of like from your videos or something of like, and make a collage, like some homage to it, because it's clearly like I don't think a video goes by where people aren't at least just amazed with it. I mean, I remember when you and I started doing videos, chats and stuff, 2017. I mean, it was like, growing, and now to see it filled and getting a second layer, I mean, that's heavily fortified there, dude.
That's right. And if there was a big earthquake, they would all fall down on the floor.
That would be the like way it ends for you, man. It's like it falls on you, and then you die in the rubble, and it would just be like your legend would go on forever. Donner passes you people are still discovering that video as it has posts in so many different places. It does.
It's incredible.
Videos marketing gold. The Quig wall is really a masterpiece. I have like a 1 meter version in my study. Wow. Jupiter Lane, what's up? Great to have you. Says, I love this. Thank you. You will need industrial blue boxes. A recycling review, says Whiskey Lovers Society.
Yeah.
Passes, I like going back to the older videos from when the wall is just beginning. Yeah, man. Real talk.
But those videos are always on there unless YouTube should find a way to remove them like they have done my taxi vlogs.
So are they so let me ask you two things before we move on to Canadian whiskey. One, how many views does the Lafroig 10 video currently have
right now?
Yeah, do you know?
Let me figure that out.
All right, well, he does that.
Let me okay, I need my here we go. The PHO. How do I spell it? Oh,
dude, the anticipation's killing me.
Lafroig. I think I spelled that correctly. No, I have not spelled that correctly. I've had a lot to drink.
You're good, sir. Believe me, take your time.
PHOROAIG. Lafroig.
Lafroig.
Now, what I should do is move down and click on Show All, and this will get me down to the bottom. The bottom is Lafroig 10, the go-to Isle Malt. It says here, I clicked on it.
I mean, is it over? I mean, I know it's got to be over 1 million.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting there. I'm a little slow, because I had a lot to drink.
Take your time.
But I'm getting there. It's here it comes. Here it comes. Verilux. Oh, it's advertising. Shit.
You're making money for yourself. Dude.
There it is. Okay. I don't need advertising and shit like that. It's 2,057,678 views.
Oh my god. 2,057,000 views on that thing?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So what was the question you were asking about that video?
I just needed to know. I imagine like the next video maybe has like 4,000, 5,000 maybe. Like that's so crazy.
2,057,676.
Holy shit.
This is the most viewed whiskey video that I can think of that I'm
there's nothing that even comes close. Nothing will ever come close.
Okay, so what was the other question?
The second hang on, I just need to absorb this. Coach just posted the number. Mr. French says amazing. That's amazing PR. Quig is a meme. 30,000 likes. Holy shit.
Quig is a meme. It just is.
Oh man. Ooh. Okay. So the second question.
It's stupid, right?
It's like surreal, dude. Like, how does that? He just woke up one day and like everybody in the planet, the Dick's last resort shirt. Yes. Oh fuck, man!
That shirt is a classic. Yeah,
everything about that video is epic. Okay, let me bring myself back around here. Okay, so the other thing I was going to ask you is regarding the wall. Has the wall ever fallen down?
Oh yeah.
And how is it kept up? Is it like tacked? Do you have it like sticky stuff, or is it just
right now it's kind of wedged between the floor and the ceiling, and between the sides.
Got it.
So if it's tight enough, it'll go from the floor to the ceiling. And this won't move because it's stuck in there. And then it's all filled in between.
Okay. Got it. I'm just all right. So we got 22 folks watching still, which is awesome.
Wow.
We're gonna move on to some Canadian whiskey. Now, Quig, I have a healthy amount of Canadian samples in front of me that you have sent me.
That's all my fault. Yeah,
it is. But I need to ask you which one or ones we're gonna do. So I can go through some of them by.
You tell me what you got, and I'll let you know if I still have some.
Okay, so here we go. So the first one is Macaloni's. It looks like it says. It's 46% ex bourbon cask. I'm not actually sure.
Invermelli?
Invermelli. Yep, that's the one.
Ex bourbon cask.
Yes.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's see if I can find that.
Okay, because there's a bunch of these.
Somewhere.
2.4 thousand million, dude. How the fuck does he have over 2 million views on that video?
Is this the right one? Hold on.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah,
because I've got all these Macaloni's. I've got all of these frontal lobotomies here. What did we say?
Macaloni's. And then there's something else it says, I don't know, but then it says Invermelli Premium European. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a different one. So the one in my hand is Macaloni's. Macaloni's Invermelli Premium European Muscatel Barrique, 46%. And then I also have Invermelli Premium Ex Bourbon Cask.
Okay. This one is Premium European Muscatel Barrique.
Okay. So
there ain't much of that left.
All right. I got that one.
You want to do that one now?
Let's do that. Let's do that one. Why not?
Okay. Well, you know what? Donner Pass won't get any.
Sorry, Donner Pass.
All right.
I think he'll be all right. All right, I'm pouring the Quig size dram of it.
It's poured.
Did you? How much is in there? Okay, you're good. I got a nice. I got a nice Quig size pour of this. Look at this.
This is not Quig size. This is half a dram.
Shit. Okay.
But
so that's
the last of that, and Donner Pass won't get any.
Tim, I'm sorry.
They'll get something else.
We're just going to do this. We're just going to do this.
Okay, wait. Let me get the last few drops. Oh. if you'll be patient with me, I gotta pee.
Yeah. Do your thing.
I'll be right back real soon.
I'll catch on the chat. Jupiter Lane. I did the only 5 bottles as a gift to my BIL daily Remus Reserve. Friday nights, Blue Label Ghosts and Rare Brora. Brora? Damn. Mixed is for mixing 4 roses, impressive Redbreast 27 special black art 29 year. I don't drink. Thoughts? I mean, those are, in terms of the impress, the black art and the Redbreast 27 are like unicorn bottles that I've never even had myself. I have a different black art, but the Redbreast 27 is something I've always wanted. I think you're in good shape. The Friday night, the Blue Label Ghost, I don't know, that's the Johnny Walker, but the Brora, I mean, that's unicorn bottle. Daily is the Remus Reserve 5, which is bourbon. I don't drink though. I mean, that's a really great list. Mixing 4 roses, sure. That's a really good list, Jupiter. Or Juniper, I'm sorry. My husband asked me if I have the hots for my deal. You know, your brother-in-law is probably your brother-in-law certainly should have a good taste in whiskey. Because that's a hell of a whiskey selection to give to anybody, let alone hopefully somebody who knows something about it. Yeah, it's definitely time for a Quig. I should probably do the same thing, actually. But yeah, Juniper, those are serious bottles for sure. That's pungent. And we got 19 folks in. So, Quig, you look amazing next to that wall. You're like, you look we need to get to like a portrait of you by the wall.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jason Coates, completely. Okay, so we're gonna do some Canadian whiskey now. This is Macaloney's Invermilli Premium Ever something Muscatel Barrique, 46%. I don't know. What can you tell us about this bottle, Quig?
Let's see. Invermilli Island Single Malt Whiskey, Premium European Muscatel Cask Barrique, 46% alcohol by volume, cask number 3, bottle number 146 out of 223.
Wow. And
bottled on 06/20, so June of 2020.
Okay.
There ain't none left here except for what I poured into this little Glencairn.
So it's
the other bit.
Yeah. It smells young. Is this a young whiskey?
Oh yeah, it's young.
Yeah, it definitely smells. The youth is detectable. It has a little bit of that kind of putty note, that, I don't know, concrete a little bit. But I do get some of that nice muscatel.
Yeah. It's got some muscatel and it's got some of that young concrete on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. And Macaloney's is a distillery out by you, right? Like on Vancouver Island?
It's like the closest one to where I live. It's about a 10-minute drive from here. It's not far at all.
Oh, okay. So you're the man to talk to about Macaloney's. 2 bottle kills so far. Well done, says Ren.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's young. You can tell, but there's a nice fruit sweetness to it for sure. I'm going to get into this.
This is one of those that was what's that great whiskey guy who died and had influenced a bunch of whiskey distilleries? not long ago. I forget his name. I'm really horrible with names.
I don't know. Ooh, this is, boy, man, the way that this, the nose, this is going to be spirity and youthful, but boy, that muscatel really comes through.
Dave Pickerel? No, not Dave Pickerel.
Jim Swan?
Yeah, that's it. Jim Swan.
Holy shit, Juniper said. Wait, Quig, I want to bring this back so you're in on this.
Yeah.
Juniper Lane posted, I did the only 5 bottles as a gift to my brother-in-law. And this is what this was like a challenge or something. This is what they got for the brother-in-law. For a daily drinker, Remus Reserve 5. For a Friday pour, Johnny Walker Blue Label Ghosts and a rare Brora. For mixing, 4 roses. And for impressiveness, Redbreast 27 and Brooklady Black Art 9.1. But they don't even drink. And then she said, yeah, you're good. I spent right around $1,600. I went crazy and got a Talisker 25 and a few others like Stag Jr. and Octomore 10-year 5.1, but I couldn't decide. He is a drinker. I want to taste all of these now. Yeah, I mean, the Redbreast 27, are you kidding? That's oh my God. That's a gift. I mean, that's a gift for the ages.
Send some to me, please.
Yeah, seriously, I'll send you my mailing address. Like, if you wouldn't mind sharing a few samples of that.
Yeah, send some here, right here, so I can try them.
Holy Christ, that's a haul. I mean, that's the Brora alone is like, wow. But and then you throw in the Redbreast 27 and the Brooklady Black Art 9.1.
Well, I thought Redbreast 21 was about the end of the world for me.
I agree with you.
Now we're sipping on what? We're sipping on some Invermelli. Which one are we sipping on?
This is the Muscatel.
This is the Muscatel Invermelli. Well, I guess Donner Pass won't get any of this because we're sipping it right now. But that's okay. I'll send some other things to Donner Pass because I've got lots of things to send.
Oh, Jason Coates, he's totally right. Seriously, Juniper, if that's where you're starting, those are amazing bottles. So I'll tell you this, man, the nose on this is like, but the flavor, especially on the back end, really nice.
Yeah, it is very pleasant. It's got some what would you say? Some of that orchard fruits. Yeah, orchard fruits.
Definitely.
A little bit of bee puke. And it's really pleasant.
Yeah, no, this is, what did a bottle of this cost? Do you remember?
Which one was it again? Invermelli, about 120 Canadian.
Okay.
It's non-age statement. It's like they just made it, and here you go.
Yeah. I mean, it's good.
It's not bad. No, not at all. I think
it's better. I mean, the nose is like not super inviting, but the palate is quite nice, and the finish is nice. It's nice, sweet, apple and kind of pear, like apple pie almost.
Yeah, apple pie. Yeah. I get that too. It has a little touch of cinnamon to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A sousson.
Yeah. Of cinnamon. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good. So Macaloni's is a Victoria, British Columbia distillery.
Yeah, it's just like 10 minutes up the road from me here.
Ren wants to know, and Ren is in your neck of the woods, if you have a favorite offering from Macaloni's, and I'm going to go take a Quig while you talk about that.
My favorite offering from Macaloni's is probably, it's either the peated, this guy here. All right. I'm sorry I'm being a little slow at getting to this, but the bottles on my table are piling up. It's either this one here. This is the peated Brach, which is not old enough to be called whiskey, but it's really wonderful. And my other favorite from Macaloni's is this one here, the Glenloy. This one is really good.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So the Caledonia, is that just like a series of...
No, Macaloni's Caledonian is the name of the distillery.
Oh, got it.
And the Glenloy is the particular spirit that is, the name of the whiskey.
Well, this is a good one, man. I'm impressed. Do you visit this distillery frequently?
A couple times a year I get there when they have something new.
Yeah.
But what's going on since this whole COVID thing is that they send out emails saying that, well, we got this new release. You can buy it online. So I buy it online and they send it to me.
Yeah.
Or I buy it online and I get it at the distillery, depending on which. But usually they just send it in the mail. And now it's been lately that I haven't had to go to the post office to get my whiskey. They bring it right to my door.
Nice.
Which is nice. Very nice.
Yeah. And it looks like people in the chat are giving Juniper Jane some tips on becoming a whiskey drinker. James Morgan says small sips in a taster sip first thing in the morning before breakfast will get your palate trained up in 2 weeks. It's tough if you're a big sugar user. No, that makes sense. Jason Coates says dropping sugar as much as possible will really help with whiskey. I'm a sugar abuser, but good Lord, the color. Anyone get lost in the beautiful amber colors of whiskey? Yeah, whiskey. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think among many other of its fine charms, the color can be really.
It can just drag you right in there, and make you try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the color, yes.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, the only thing I would add is like those whiskeys that you mentioned. As much as I want to say, like, God, pour yourself some of those right now. The thing is that you really should start with some younger stuff to kind of get your palate ready to fully appreciate a 20. Like, so the Redbreast 27, for example. Like, you should go to the store, get yourself a bottle of Redbreast 12, which is a very good Irish whiskey. It'll cost you about $50 to $70. Drink that, get a sense of the profile, then later try the 27, and you'll be able to really, truly appreciate the difference between an old 21, 27-year-old Redbreast and a 12. Well, so I would recommend starting with some younger stuff.
I'm at the point where I haven't even tried 27.
No, I haven't either because it's
21 is like up here for me.
Yeah, the 27 is like a $500 bottle. I've not tried it.
No, I'm not going to spend $500 on one bottle of whiskey. Come on.
Okay, so I got a few others here, Quig. I see you just finished this. So do you want me to tell you what I have?
What are you gonna throw on me now?
No, it's just it's all Canadians. I have
Yeah. I know. I probably have some here.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the macaronis aside for now. So here,
all right.
I have probably 7 or 8 shelter points, but let's start with the non-shelter points first. Okay. This is the Great Plains 18-year-old, 54.5%, finished in brandy cask.
Long gone.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll put that one aside. We have a Macaronis in Vermilly. It looks like it's peated ex-bourbon cask.
Peated ex-bourbon. Wait. Peated ex-bourbon.
It might not be peated, but...
May not be peated.
True. Yeah, I mean, safe to start with some of them, but once you learn the ropes of Scotch in particular, you'll avoid the non-chill filtered.
I have whoa, balance here, balance. This is Macaronis Caledonian in Vermilly, 46%. Bunch of other things here on.
We got another Macaronis coming.
Bottle 47 out of 289 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a premium ex-bourbon cask.
Quig, we just hit 3 hours.
No kidding.
And we got 18 folks in the chat. Hello, y'all.
Well, that's great for them. I hope they enjoy this whole.
We have moved on to from our best whiskeys to tasting a random assortment of Canadian
train wreck.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I'm in my Goldilocks zone right now.
Oh, okay. Here we go. This is Macaroni Caledonian. What did you say it was?
Okay, wait, hang on. Macaroni Caledonian. So I have one here that says it's Glennoy single malt, but then there's another one. No, there's another one that says it looks like it says premium ex bourbon cask.
That's the one I got here.
All right, back it up.
That's another one that Donner Pass won't get.
I'm drinking all Donner Pass's samples. I'm sorry, Tim. This is just the way it's going.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we got this one here. Are you doing a quick size dram? Is this going to be a quick size dram or what?
Oh, this is Quig size and a half.
Okay. I'm doing the entire sample then.
You know what I'll do? I'll give some back to Tim. How's that?
Sure, man. Whatever you want to do.
Give some back to Tim.
I got a full sample of it right here.
I give some back to Tim, and he can have the rest of this bottle. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I got this much. So. Well,
here's what I got.
Okay. I'll be able to meet you there on that. Okay. So this. This is the bourbon cask version of the one that we just had. It's the same whiskey, but bourbon cask.
Yeah. There's no. What was the other thing that was in there? Muscatel something?
No, that was the last one.
Yeah, there's no Muscatel in this. This is the same whiskey, but with bourbon barrel.
All right. Well, let's dive in. No, we're just drinking it. Okay. Same nose though. Like it's not as sweet on the nose, but I'll go in and drink it. Fuck it.
The same whiskey, but a different finish.
Again, really nice on the palate. Creamy.
Easy going.
Yeah.
It just slides right down. Yeah.
Yeah. This ain't bad.
And here's the little bit that Tim's going to get. Hope that's enough.
Yeah, this is good. I really enjoy this.
Yeah, it's a bit young.
Yeah, I know you're still getting the youthfulness like you got on the other one,
You're
but
getting the youth, yeah.
it's also though, but like it's like the palettes on these really showcase the the cast maturation.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, it's good.
Goes down very nicely. Of course, you realize after tonight's session, I might not have any macaroni's Caledonian left.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to avoid the Caledonians after this. Then I'll.
That's okay.
Man, Mr. French.
I got a bottle or two, but these are just
Mr.
at the
French
very
with the $5 super chat says, "This is epic. Thanks, you two." Man, thank you so much, French, for
Mr. French.
Good old Mr. French. Solange, man. Thank you, sir.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, this is good. I don't know if I like it as much as the Muscatel, but it's good.
Yeah. But, they're experimenting. They're trying things as they're going along.
Yeah, and how much did you say these? How much did you say these like bottles of these are going for?
Lately, they're about $150.
These are $150. Wow.
Maybe not back then when I got them. They were maybe $100. But they're non-age statement. And if you look back in my videos, you will find them. And in there, I go through great lengths to tell how much they cost.
Oh, man. And we got another super chat in from Jason Coates. What French said. Cheers, Jason, man. Thank you, sir. Solange.
And I mentioned how much they cost me and how much the taxes were and how much the bottle deposits were. And on and on and on.
Yeah.
But just look them up in my channel, and they should be up there.
So when you think about your favorite Canadian distilleries, I mean, I know your love of the Shelter Point, but where does Macaloni's fall on this? Like let me rephrase this. What are your top 3 Canadian distilleries? Like, if you were going to pick 3 that you say are like, this is the profile of good quality Canadian whiskey, what would they be?
Shelter Point is number 1. It's also a small distillery, and they don't distribute far enough.
I see.
But that's because they are limited by the amount that they have.
Right. And apparently they are going to be more limited in the future, you were saying?
For a short time, perhaps.
Because they're growing tree, huh? They're growing herb.
They're growing things other than barley.
Marijuana.
Mary Jane, yeah. So we will see what happens with them. There's the one in the Yukon, the Two Brewers. They are really excellent. There's also the one in on the mainland.
Sames Coates.
You know the one I'm talking about?
Pike Creek?
No. They're Pike Creek is back in Ontario. No, I'm talking about these guys. Low and McKinnon. They're on the in Surrey. Those guys make great stuff.
Who is it?
Low and McKinnon.
Lowen McKinnon.
Yeah.
I should see if I have a Lowen McKinnon here. I have a lot of shelter points, Quig.
This is not Shelter Point. This is Low and McKinnon.
I know. I gotta see if there's any Lowen McKinnons left because I've drank.
I might have to send you a sample of this.
I think I've drank a lot of the samples of the Lowen McKinnon already, but I'm checking.
Oh, they're wonderful.
I'm just doing a quick check here.
Big check.
He says, "You have friends of mine in Illinois right now. You're utilizing your freedoms." Yes, weed is legal here in Chicago, and yeah, totally. Oh man, Vegas Art, man, thank you. Appreciate the support, y'all. This is very cool. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. Love Vegas Art. Beaming his signal from somewhere on the highway, I assume, in the southwest desert of the United States, man.
Oh, I love the deserts in the Southwest. They are great places.
Indeed. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the super chat, man. Right on. Okay, so Lowen McKinnon, 2 Brewers, and Shelter Point are your top dogs.
Wait. Yeah, Shelter Point. Did we talk about Lowen McKinnon? Yes. Did we talk about 2 Brewers? Yes.
Yes.
They're good.
And then Shelter Point.
They're the best. But there are some other Canadian whiskeys. Some of them are good. Some of them are not so good.
Where do you fall in the Canadian Club? I know you've had some of the like higher end Canadian clubs. Like, would you recommend Canadian Club?
Oh, Canadian Club. Canadian Club 20. Marvelous whiskey. 20. Anything older than 20-year-old, fantastic. For the younger ones, 12 is okay. 12 is good.
Okay.
Below that, I don't know. It's like below 12-year-old Canadian Club is just it's like generic whiskey, right?
Yeah, like the Canadian Mist.
That's not worth my. No, it's not worth it. Sorry.
All right. Do you want to hear about the shelter points that I have here? And then you could tell me if you actually have any of these.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I got a bunch, so I'm going to say these in rapid fire succession.
And the only reason you have a bunch is all my fault, right?
Yes, this is all of your fault. And I've already drank. I did an entire live stream where I drank a bunch of shelter points that you gave me, and I still have 6 of them here. Okay, here's what we got. Okay. Shelter Point, it looks like single cask, some amount of years, 57.9, distilled. It is, it's a single cask, 57.9. Then I have Shelter Point Ripple Rock, 47%. I have
that's all gone.
I have Shelter Point. It looks like 10 cask strength, 57.8. Shelter Point double barrel batch 6.
I have that
wine cask, blackberry wine.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's one more.
6.
Yeah, and there's one more. Shelter Point, Smoke Point.
Wait. Batch 6.
Yes, sir.
Batch 6. Oh, hold on.
Corbin. Thanks.
I'm looking for it. That's not it.
It looks like it says blackberry wine, Quig.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, we got 16 folks in the chat. I hope everybody's enjoying it. We have went down the Canadian whiskey spiral, and it has been delicious so far.
But that's not it.
Ooh, which one's that?
Smoke Point.
I have that.
Batch 3.
This one doesn't seem to have a batch number on it.
Okay, hold on.
It just says Smoke Point 46%.
No, wait. What was I looking for?
The blackberry one.
Blackberry. Batch 6.
Batch 6.
Oh yeah. I got it now. Ooh.
Jason Coates says, "Is it weird that the only Canadian I have in the house is JP Weiser's 35?" Oh, fuck. There it is. The blackberry. That's the one?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks like that's what I have here. It says Shelter Point Double Barrel Batch 6 Blackberry Wine Cask.
That's it.
All right. I'm gonna get this in the queue. Wow, the color on this looks amazing.
Okay, hold on. I've got more and more.
Shit. Juniper Lane. Oh my God. Halfway to Redbreast 27. Merry Christmas. $250 super chat. Juniper, I am incredibly humbled. Thank you so much.
How much? $250?
I'm completely wow. Thank you so much.
Holy shit.
I promise I will put that in a fund for Redbreast 27 and send Quig at least 2 fucking full samples of that.
We should have put this on my channel, damn it.
Juniper Lane, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you.
Happy
let us
holiday.
know where you're beaming your signal from too. I would love to. I do like to shout out where people are coming from if you feel like sharing your location. But wow, thank you so very, very much. That is incredibly generous, and thank you. This is the color we are looking at of the blackberry wine cask, as you can see.
Wait.
Oh,
Let me open
it's coming in.
This is the double barrel batch 6. This is it. Here it comes. There it is. Woo.
Juniper is joining us from Texas. So Juniper in Texas, thank you so much for your generosity. That is incredibly cool. It's I hope you enjoy this content as much as we are, and feel free to swing in. Wow, nice glass. Quick, hold that up again. Look at this. That is the glass for a blackberry wine cask matured. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think so.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Oh, it smells amazing.
Yeah, let's enjoy this, and we're gonna raise this glass to Juniper Lane, and Merry Christmas to you.
Here's to Juniper Lane. Hopefully,
it's lunch.
Yeah. Oh.
So my first thought was like, is this blackberry wine going to overpower this? But it doesn't.
It's just right.
It is
perfectly balanced.
The ABV on this Vegas art is 46%. Juniper asked, one last question: is King of Kentucky worth the price? I'm not going to say no. It depends which batch you're getting. I would say, and how much they're asking for it. I think it's probably within reason if you want a high-end premium bourbon. Yeah. Depends on the price. I agree with Jason Coates on that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know about King of Kentucky.
No, you're okay.
I'm okay with this. Yeah.
1700s is too much, but you can probably find it cheaper. In fact, sorry, Quig, I'm gonna digress for just a second here.
It's a lot of money. That is
a healthy price. So you might be able to find it cheaper than that, but he says, get yourself Old Granddad 114. I mean, I agree. For 1700, you can definitely get yourself. I mean, look, there are bourbons that are really, really amazing and probably equivalent that won't cost you nearly as much. And I'm happy to give you a list of those if you'd like to hear it. Yeah, definitely secondary price. Yep.
1700.
Yeah, Juniper, feel free to email me if you want to share your list with me. My email is in the chat.
1700 is about how much I spent for the BC liquor stores premium.
At the premium spirits release, right?
Correct.
And you got how many bottles there?
Several, like about 18.
Nice. This is the standout point so far.
That's a lot of money for
that price. You can get. I mean, I would argue for 1700. Instead of getting that bourbon, unless you're really a bourbon head, I mean, there are single malt scotches. I mean, you can get old releases of Highland Park 25, hell, even Highland Park 30 for that, which are going to be light years higher quality. Well, I should say higher quality, more complex and more bang for your buck, I would argue.
Yeah.
You can definitely get, I mean, you can get a Lefroy 33-year-old, which just came out at, for $1,200. It's a high-end bourbon. It's good, but I just don't think when you get to that level, I think there are other things you can get. My 2 cents, but shoot me an email.
I figure about $100 Canadian for a bottle is all right. If I get 17 or 18 bottles for $1,600 or $1,700, fine. But
yeah, I agree.
Beyond that, it's not worth it.
Well, there are some scotches. I had a chance to drink a Highland Park 25 from like the earlier 2000s that honestly was mind-blowing.
Well,
but I agree.
If it blows your mind, well, yeah, okay. There are exceptions at all times.
There are. But this Blackberry Shelter Point, man.
I have the same thing right here.
She just said she has a Highland Park 30. Holy shit. Wow.
Oh.
Good Lord. You have a Highland Park 30? My God. That is, you're entering the platinum level of single malt Scotch whiskeys.
We're talking that's out of my league.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Wow. Incredible pour. Damn by the
we're talking Shelter Point here.
Yeah, this Shelter Point. Let's get back to this for a second. I have to say, when I saw you sent me this with the blackberry finish, my initial instinct was like, is this going to be overpowering? But I'm telling you, it is not. It's complimentary, even for such a stark, deep flavor. This is really good.
That's the same one I have right here. Delicious.
Yeah. This is honestly, I think this is the best Shelter Point you've sent me that I've had so far.
You know what? This is also my Shelter Point not only my Shelter Point, but my Canadian whiskey of the year.
Oh, shit. There you go.
The video will come up in the next week.
There you go. Keep an eye out for that. Subscribe to Foodquig's channel. That's incredible. And it's amazing you just said that, because honestly, the first few sips I've had of this, I've been like, I need a bottle of this one. This is really, really good, man. Wow.
I don't know if it will be available anymore.
So this was like a limited release?
Well, let's see if I can find it. I got a lot of bottles around here.
I've noticed. Yeah.
That's not it. What's this? 40 Creek. What's this? Lot 40. What's this? Port Charlotte. Oh my gosh. Where did I put that bottle? Hold on. Must be over there somewhere. Wait. Shelter. Double barrel. Oh, here we are. Double barrel. 46%.
Oh, that's the blackberry?
I'm looking. I'm trying to see what it's about. I think this is it. Okay.
While Quig is doing that, I will just throw this out for folks who are interested. If you want to, and haven't yet, you can join Malt Muser on Patreon. Basically, any level of membership gets you early access to all of my whiskey reviews. They will show up in your email box. You also are part of any of the raffles that I do, which are a couple times a year, where I give out samples of some of the better whiskeys that I taste, and you get to support the show. So if you are interested in joining on Patreon and are not a member yet, feel free, head on over to patreon.com/maltmuserwhiskey and become a monthly contributor. I have some other exciting stuff that I'm going to be doing for Patreon this year, including a couple potentially exclusive whiskey tastings with some folks. So if you're into it, as well as just getting those early reviews and supporting the show, that's the link to go to. Dan by the Dram says, I think I might have missed your whiskey of the year malt. You did not. What you missed was me tasting 4 of the 8 whiskeys that I have been going through vying for my top 10 or my top 5. The whiskeys that we tasted tonight that will be on my top 5 video are Rabbit Hole Derringer PX Bourbon, Glenallachie 10 Cask Strength Batch 5, Aaron 10, and Bunnahabhain Moynia Red Wine Bordeaux release. The other 4, which are in contention, include the Napo Castle 14, Tamdu Batch 5 Cask Strength, the Ardbeg Ugadal, and the Paul John Christmas edition. So 3 of those will be honorable mentions. The other ones will be in the top 5. We tasted a few of those tonight, so feel free to check the playback if you want to hear about those and more. So where were you at, Quig? You were talking about how much of this do you have left in your bottle of this blackberry one?
Oh, okay. I got about a third of a bottle left.
Nice.
And this is the
this is your Canadian whiskey of the year, huh?
Double barrel something. Hold on.
And Demon Hunter's in the house. 3 hours. Yeah, we are at 3.5 hours actually, and going strong.
Double barrel bet 6.
We're talking Shelter Point.
Shelter Point.
I was commenting on how delicious this blackberry double barrel finished one is, and Quig is giving us the rundown on this bottle.
It's good stuff.
This is really good. This is the best Shelter Point that I've had.
And it's my Canadian Whiskey of the Year 2021.
There you go. So exclusive news from the Quig right there, which is awesome, man.
Awesome it is. Wonderful it is.
I agree. This is a damn good bottle. So I'm going to give another shout out quick to Ben Demon Hunter, one of our Canadian friends, has joined us this evening.
Oh, there he is.
Demon Hunter's in the house. And we still got 14 folks in here at 3.5 hours. This is turning into an epic stream. How you holding up, Quig?
This is phenomenal.
Exactly. Exactly. This is
I may have to get some more water in order to stay coherent.
Do your thing.
Yeah.
So Foodquig did. I'll give you the rundown on those while he gets his water. He did share his Canadian Whiskey of the Year with us tonight, which will be showing up in a video this week. So if you're not subscribed, subscribe to Foodquig. You will get the info and the access to the videos that you want. His Canadian Whiskey of the Year is the one we're sipping right now, which is the Shelter Point Double Barrel Blackberry Wine Finish 46%er. And I believe you also shared your favorite Scotch Whiskey of the Year, which is the Lafroig 10 years old Sherry Oak 48%. So some cool videos are coming from Quig regarding the whiskeys I just mentioned, amongst some others. And we have been sipping away at some Canadian whiskeys over the last, how many hours have we been on? 3.5. So this is turning into an epic stream. Quad City's chiming in. Good to see. Hello, Winston. The Whiskey Cat is back, perched up here guarding the carcass. We got a good live stream going, y'all. You have to accept that you're paying extra for your stream, but you are not going to get that experience anywhere else. Again, I do want to just take a second to shout out Juniper Lane for the $250 super chat, and for everybody else who chipped in super chats. Vegas Art, Jason Coates, Mr. French. I appreciate the super chats tonight. All very cool. It goes directly into the show, so I appreciate that. Cheech's late night show in 1 hour. Paul from Montreal back in the chat. What's up, Central Alberta? And Andrew Page is here. Catch the stream earlier, but the kids were too excited. My wife for the UK trip. They wouldn't stay in bed. Well, I'm glad to have you here, man. We are still going, as you can see. This has been a long stream, and we're gonna keep going until, well, Quig or I fall over, I guess. He's finally pouring a Glencaddam 21. What a dram! That is a damn good whiskey. Getting praise from Ben Demon Hunter. Delicious stuffed. Me and Emil at a Dram Divider are still working on our best 2020. Excellent. I will be looking for that for sure. Would not expect anything else from an epic live stream from American Quig. It's true. Vegas Art says, I noticed the Leg 12 label has changed. Do you know if the whiskey is the same? Well, here's what I know. Yes, they have changed. They in 2019. I actually have the 2019 Lagavulin 12 here. It was the first year they started changing the label. So basically, what's happening is with these, and it's not exclusive to Lagavulin 12s, but in the 19, the 20, and the 21, what they're basically doing is for these special releases, they are these are all part of the releases from whiskeys that are owned by Diageo, and they've started been doing them thematically. So they're like adding different artwork and stuff. So each batch is different, which has always been the case, but the artwork is now also different. If that's helpful. Yes, Diageo. And Quig is back in the saddle.
You still going, Eric?
Are you still going, sir?
I don't know. I'm getting almost to that point where I've had enough.
No worries. We are at that 3 hours and 35-minute point. Winston, stop it.
Holy.
Oh, whenever you're ready, we can. If you want to settle up, get down. If you want to settle up, whenever you're ready, you just let me know, and we can do that. In the meantime, yep.
Where are we at?
Well, we're still drinking the Sheltered Point, or at least I still am.
Sheltered Point.
Mm-hmm.
I might have a bit left in here. That is nice. I don't know which one I'm drinking, but it must be this one here.
We're doing the blackberry.
The double barrel blackberry, yeah. Okay, I still have a bit of that left in my glass.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do one more, we can definitely do one more. But
yeah,
it depends how you're feeling. Okay, well, let me line up. Actually, you know what? Let me go take a Quig, and then we'll chat.
It's your turn.
Yes, then we'll chat about what the next whiskey is.
Okay. Are there still people watching this thing? I wonder. Well, I just dropped off to have a pee, and I got a glass of water. Oh, wait, there are comments for me. Where are these comments? Quig. You need to hydrate more. Oh man, I've been hydrating a lot. Benny Demon Hunter is saying something. For some reason, they don't come up when I click on them. Juniper Lang says something. Yep. For some reason, I'm having problems with these comments.
Oh man, we got a nice super chat in the house from Andrew Page for $10. Thank you, Andrew Page, raising my glass.
Nice.
Who died today at 17 years old. Oh man, dude, bro, that is a pain that nobody should have to deal with. But I hope the years of wonderful companionship are bringing you some comfort tonight, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'll raise a glass to you, sir. Solange. Cheers, Andrew.
Cheers.
Bummer, man. That's harsh. 17 years, though. Sounds like it was a good life. Man. My heart goes out to you, for real, from one pet owner to another. Thanks for joining us. I hope you enjoy that Glencadam 21, and that brings you a little bit of distraction. You know, what can you really say? But cheers, Andrew. Appreciate that, man. And good love from everybody. 17 years, a great run. Sorry to hear that. Cats are the best. Yes, they are. Sorry, Andrew. That's always the worst from Coates. Bummer. Yeah. Condolences indeed, sir. Indeed. That is never a good thing. But you know, it's part of the deal, unfortunately, and I've had to go through it a few times myself, and I hope the years that you had, like I said, are some comfort. Mr. Quig, I have a few other Canadians here. Do you want to hear what they are and taste them together, or should we just do something random?
Sure. Tell me what you got.
All right, here's what I got left. This is what I have. I have two brewers, released 23, something sherry and port 46%, single malt. I have
two brewers 23.
Yeah, it looks like it says two brewers, released 23.
Oh, goodness.
I have a Waterford Single Farm Banmoni Island Edition 1.1.
I got that.
All right, let's do that one. We're going to go Irish.
Which one again?
Waterford Single Farm. It looks like Bannon Island.
Banno Island.
Banno Island, yes.
Hold on. I will find that as soon as I've downed this one.
All right. While you do that, I'm going to get this in the glass.
Banno Island? Oh, yep. Yeah. Give me a moment.
Yes, Tamika, indeed. I'll raise a glass to that. Here's Andrew Page.
Oh,
man. Oh, that didn't sound good. Quig looks frozen on my screen.
hold on.
All right. James Morgan, Slanchman. We have lost the Quig. Winston, you're okay. It looks like we've lost the Quig. I don't know if anybody is seeing this, but I think we've lost the Quig. I hope he's okay. I'm actually mildly concerned. Yeah, I am not getting any video yet. Give me just a second, y'all. Wait. Okay, he's here.
I don't know what happened.
Quick, I just wanted to hang on. I need to. Okay, there you are. Winston, get down. Okay, I was like starting to go through my emails. Like, do I have his number? How do I call Canada? Is he okay?
I don't know what happened, but I have been drinkingly.
Winston, you're gonna get the pew pew.
You were talking about.
We were
Waterford.
Yeah, we're gonna do Waterford. We're gonna do the Waterford Bano Island single farm. It looks like it is the 1.1.
Got the same thing. I have the same thing right here. Okay, let me open that. There we go. I will put it in the glass. Oh, there it goes. Into the glass. Okay. Just a little bit past the fastest. Just a bit past the fattest point of the gun con.
How much do these water for? Yeah, what do these run you in Canada?
I forget.
I don't blame you. I have not bought a full bottle of these yet.
If you go back to my videos, they will tell you how much they cost.
I have not bought these yet. These are usually right around. Yeah, these are usually right around that $100 mark here in the U.S.
Somewhere in that vicinity, yeah.
Yeah, I've not actually purchased a bottle of them myself, but I do see them periodically. The first one you sent me, and I did a sample of it, I wasn't that impressed with, but this one I'm interested in. So here we are. What can you tell us about this Quig?
This one is what?
This is the Bano Island, I believe.
That's the first one I had. And that's the first one I sent out. Nice. Nice on the nose.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of that like youthful foostiness on the nose.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm very sorry, Eric, but I might be at a point where I've had too much to drink.
No worries at all. I'm totally good with that. You do what you got to do. Take care of yourself. I'll enjoy the rest of this dram. And thanks for.
I am sorry that I couldn't go beyond this point, but
no, you're totally fine, man.
I'm really at the point where I'm too far.
No problem. That is
what time is it right now?
It is 10:49 Central, so 8:49 your time. A good time to shut things down when you realize you're at that point, man. So
no, I have gone too far too fast. That is the problem.
No worries. You feel free to sign off when you're ready, and thank you for hanging out, man. This has been a lot of fun.
I will hang out with you for this one last round.
No worries. And I'll probably stick around maybe for another one after this, but we'll see where it goes. Anyways, but yes, feel free to leave whenever you're ready, man. No worries at all.
Okay.
It's good to know when you're ready.
If I disappear
when you're ready, man. You got no obligation to this.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready, man. I actually quite enjoy the nose on this, which is an interesting. It's got this like it reminds me a little bit of like a Bruichladdich, you know, like it's got a lot of that barley note. And these are pretty young, right? You have does it say the age statement on these?
It's not old, no.
Yeah, they're like a couple of years, right?
Something like that. Let me see. Irish single malt whiskey, single farm origin, Bano Island.
Yeah, they're all into that.
One, and I've had this for almost a year. don't know exactly.
Dude, that's a hell of a magnifying glass you got there, dude. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. It was sent to me by another whiskey enthusiast.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Back some time ago. And we had a kind of a falling out.
Oh, really?
And so he used to send me samples all the time.
Who is this?
I'd rather not.
Oh, yeah, we don't have to get into it. No, it's totally fine.
No. I'm at the point where I've had enough to drink. I got so many bottles in front of me. And
you do. Feel free to sign off, man. It's all good. We've hit
yeah,
the
I think now would be about the right time because
do it.
I'm done.
Well, thank you for hanging out, Quig. Much love to you.
I wish I knew how to do this. Hold on.
All you got to do is so up in the upper right corner, or you can just close the window. I think one of the two. And in fact, I can actually just remove you from the stream if that's helpful.
That's okay. I'll figure it out.
All right.
Is anyone watching, or are we off already?
No, we're still live. Okay, I think he signed off. Let me just double check. Oh, there it is. You're still there, Quig.
I'm still here, but I'm really drunk.
Yeah, I think all you got to do.
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
I messed up your video. You know.
You're not messing up anything, man. You're totally fine. So in the upper right, you should be able to just close the window, and I can take you off the stream now. So get yourself some good rest, and good to hang out. We'll talk.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Definitely, man. Take care. All right. So we almost hit 4 hours with the Foodquig. I still have some Waterford here, and we still have 15 folks in, which is cool. I hope this stream is coming through solid. Let me just catch up on the chat. Yeah, really, just shy. Ben Demon Hunter. So you're here. People saying cheers to Quig. Oh yeah, he is always on top of his water intake. So I have full confidence in that for him. He had I think he had done a few review videos prior to us hanging out, so you know how it goes. Anyways, so I'm drinking this Waterford. I think I'm gonna do one more dram for sure. What is a cap? What that dram should be, however, is anybody's guess. Come here. Winston the Whiskey Cat is demanding attention, so he's going to come hang out. Yeah, thank you, Winston. For those of you still in the chat, what's everybody sipping on? Has anybody got anything good in the glass? We're about to hit that 4-hour mark, which is not an everyday occurrence, that's for sure. But yes. You need. I believe somebody was drinking Glencaddam 21. Was that Andrew Page? Okay, let me just catch up here on the chat. Cheers to Quig. How about the Napo Castle 14? So I would do that, except actually, dude, I could do this one. This is definitely gonna, yeah. Let's do it. I'm game to do this one. Let's do some Napo Castle 14. This is going to be in my top 5 whiskeys of the year video for sure. I think this is an incredibly good whiskey. However, it is. They say it's a limited release, which is bizarre, but because I still see it relatively frequently, but what I see a lot more is the 12 and the 15. Juniper says, what is your ultimate pick, your most desired unicorn? Oh, man. Fuck. There's a few. If I was really going to pick the one whiskey that I would want, it's probably Aurora. Probably something in the 30-year-old range would probably be the way I'd go on that. The others of whiskeys that I've actually had, the best that I've had, which are my unicorns, Bruichladdich Blackguard 4.1, the Bunnahabhain Moynia red wine Bordeaux, which I just had earlier tonight as part of the sneak peek of the top whiskeys of the year. Fuck, man. Glengoyne 25. I can only imagine what the Glengoyne 30 would be. I don't know. It really depends. It's hard. Maybe a Port Ellen. Some of the old, probably some of the really older Lagavulins. I do have a Lagavulin White Horse from the 80s, but probably like some of those, maybe one or two of those. That would be up there. Yeah, it's tough to say. Again, though, I just want to shout out, thank you for that $250 super chat. That was incredibly generous. Appreciate you for that, Juniper, and hope you are enjoying the show. Yeah, let's do Napo Castle. Top Shelf Dustin's in the house. What up, man? You just came in while the Quigster was just signing off for the night. Great to have you in the house. People saying hi to him. Dustin, he's having Glengoyne 15. Excellent pour. An unfortunately discontinued dram. Glengoyne is a weird distillery, man. I've never been more mixed, I think, on a distillery that I've had a lot of exposure to than them. I think the 10 is really, really subpar. I think the 12 is slightly above average. I think the 15 is really above average. I think the 18 is really subpar for an 18. The 21 is decent. The 25 excels. Like it is really all over the board. And then you get into, their cask strength is hit and miss. If you're lucky to get your hands on what is it? The teapot dram versions. I've only had batch 7, which is good, but it's not amazing. Depending on which one you get, I think some of the earlier ones were better, but Glengoyne is one of those distilleries. I'll be honest with you. If I was gonna go to the mat for any Glengoyne, it would be the 15 and the 12 and the 25. Their 18, I think, flounders in comparison to other 18s that are similar in style and price. Their 10 is just forgettable. But their 12, man, and their 15 they're damn good. Yeah, we're doing the Irish. We're doing the and this again. So I've now tasted 5 of the 8 whiskeys that are vying for the top 5 whiskey of the year list, which I will put out in a few weeks. We're doing the Napo Castle 14. The other ones we've done tonight, Glenallachie, 10-year-old cask strength batch 5, Aaron 10, Bunnahabhain Moynia red wine Bordeaux, Rabbit Hole Derringer. The other 3 are Ardbeg Uigeadail Tamdhu cask strength batch 5 and the Paul John 2020. So those will 5 of those will make the top 5. The other 3 will be what is it? Yeah, I'm feeling a little Quiggish too. The other 3 will be honorable mentions. So excellent drink, Vegas Art. Yeah. Chris just says water. Yeah, good point. I'm surprisingly in good shape right now, considering. But let me go into this Napo Castle. I'm telling you now, Napo Castle, they do not make their own stuff. For the most part, they bottle it's bottling. But man, this 14-year-old Napo Castle is one of the best Irish whiskeys I've had. God damn. It's like the perfect marriage of barley forward Irish kind of pot still flavor, even though it's a single malt. It's not even pot still, but it has some of that. Nice butterscotch, rich toffee flavor. It goes all the way through. There's good complexity. There's good fruit notes, long finish, 46%, non-chill filtered, double. It's called the Twin Wood, double matured. This is a steel whiskey. If you see it, you'll find it for like $60. Very much worth it. I think it's a huge step above their 12. I think it's a half step below the 16, which is to say it's the best of the bunch. Price considered. Damn good stuff. Damn good stuff. I have a second bottling. I want to get a third. So yeah, it's bourbon Oloroso, all that. As you can see, not much left. This is I love Irish whiskey. I love good Irish whiskey, and I'm telling you, this punches above its weight. This puts things like Green Spot to shame. People saying hi to Top Shelf D. And give me a Lagavulin 24. Yeah, that sounds damn good. Pass on the Glengoyne 30. It's fine, but not better than the 25. That's good to know. Napoke 14. See you again. Joined on Patreon. Thanks for the chat. Hey, Juniper, thank you so much. Really appreciate your generosity tonight as we enter into this fourth hour of the show. Appreciate the super chat. Great hanging out with you and chatting. I will look forward to seeing your email. And yeah, thank you so much for the Patreon support. Drinking Elisa Bay Sweet Smoke 1.2, my new bottle for my wife, who just returned from the UK today. A nice, peaty, affordable scotch. Yeah. And I believe Elisa Bay, or is it Elisa, or is it? No, I'm sorry. It's Elsa Bay. I was mispronounced. I believe that's a lowland whiskey, too, if I'm not mistaken. And I see the 10 I had was an absolute hitter for what it is. Oh, you're talking about Glengoyne. Okay. And Dustin says higher on the 18, lower on the 15. Oh, okay. Interesting. Good to hear. Yeah, it really is. Legacy series. Yeah, I did have one of the Legacy series. That was solid. Teapot's good, but overhyped. It really depends on the price for me. I mean, like I was fortunate enough to get a bottle of the batch 7 of the Teapot Dram for like 150 US, which to me was worth it. But God, I mean, normally you see it much higher than that. I've heard earlier versions were better, but you know, the batch 7 was, I mean, it was really good. The thing about them is like they're a really light whiskey. And I think what threw me off, what really, the contrast for me was this. The 15, I felt, even at 43%, had a really robust, full mouthfeel, which is kind of what I go for. Whereas in contrast, the 18, it felt too thin. The 10 felt too thin for me, but the 12 felt it had a little more going for it. The 21 felt a little thin for what it should be, but the 48% 25 really hit. Like, it's just such a weird, they're a weird distillery. And then, yeah, they have the cask strengths, which I think, by the most part, are just too hot. They have the legacy editions. I believe they're on the second one now. I had the first one, which I was actually surprised by. They're a tough distillery, man. Oogie. Yeah. Indy's in the house. What's up, Vancouver? Oh, nice. That sounds great. Hope you had a good time. I want to get a legit, historically accurate, real butterscotch candy. Nippo Castle. About 3 feel free to donate my way. I have some of the other the regular release, but yeah, that's outside of the core range. I think that's the best art bag you can get in the last couple of years, no doubt. Great whiskey. Great whiskey. Love the Scotch for Dummies, but they really overhyped the teapot dram. I don't think I saw that. I don't think, I mean, again, like to me, the teapot dram is like, it's a price thing. You know, for the most part, it falls in the same price range as like the 21. Honestly, the batch 7 that I have, I think is better than the 21, but yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it's not as great as people seem to claim it is. And so, insofar as they hyped it too much. Let's see what else is going on here. Oh, it was a good time chasing a toddler around. Yeah. We got 14 folks still in, which is awesome in the fourth fucking hour here. I'm going to finish up this Nippo Castle, which again, I highly recommend. If you're an Irish whiskey in any way, Nippo Castle 14, killer. This is it's the Twinwood Oloroso Bourbon, 46%. I believe non-chill filtered. Yes, I don't even have to believe it. It says it right there in gold labeling. What else do you want? This is a killer whiskey. Something I have more than one bottle of, and I'm glad I do. It's that fucking good. What next? Well, I have all these Canadian samples up, but Quig is done for the night, and so I am done doing Canadian samples. I will probably do at least one more Scotch or bourbon. Why not? Here we are. I am knocking shit over left and right. I think. Let me throw a couple ideas out there. Is the poll tool still on here? Let's see here. I'm thinking maybe we get into some peat. I don't know. I have an Old Forester birthday bourbon, maybe. I don't know. Mr. French, in the Irish world, has anyone tried Kilbeggan single pot still? I have not. I've had the Kilbeggan. Rye, which is it the rye? It was the rye. That's good. Mr. French says he loves the castle. Top Shot doesn't. What's the Tamdu next to the Glendronach Twin Line? That is the Tamdu cigar malt. Batch 1 cigar malt. Let me see. I have not opened it yet. But yeah, this is the cigar malt Tamdu. Batch 1, release 1, blah, blah, blah. All sherry, of course. This is bottled at 59.1%. So nice cast strength, natural color, all that. Yeah. 53.8. I'm sorry. Yeah, cigar malt. Haven't opened it yet. It's going to be one of the first ones I do next year for sure. What I'm thinking, though, is maybe going to a Glen Scotia 18. Yeah. I don't know. How many folks we get? Still got 13 in here. Shit. If you're a single lonely person using shopping as an outlet for grief, don't get involved in whiskey. It's a rabbit hole. Oh, grief. I'm sorry. Griff. Grief. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I had a full bottle of 21 and sampled the batch 7 teapot jam from Eric. In my opinion, the teapot was better. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. The 21, again, it's just fucking thin. Like, part of this, I think, comes down to just like your own palate style. I do like bolder flavors. So whiskeys like Glengoyne tend to like not always hit for me. I feel the same about Kilchoman. I know there's definitely diverse opinions on Kilchoman. I rarely find a Kilchoman that I really, really like. One that I'm dropping a review of this coming Friday of the bourbon influence batch. It's unfortunately just another one of these examples. It just doesn't quite do it for me. However, there are a couple that I've really enjoyed, but generally speaking, I feel like there's like too much subtlety with some of those. It says go Octomore. We could bring down the house with Octomore. Fuck. Now, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna know about that time. I'm gonna. I got one. I got an idea. How much is Rabbit Hole worth? Well, the one that I did tonight, it's around 70 USD. Not that much. Yeah, fuck, man. I'm glad to hear that. That shit was crazy. Which reminds me, Dustin, if you're still in the chat, how did you guys do okay with all those crazy tornadoes that came through the south of Kentucky last night? Shit, that was terrifying. I think what I'm going to do is go back to Old Lefroy. Old Lefroy never lets you down. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Which one? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. This one. Lefroy 18 white tube. I'm going to do a quick dram of this. God, do I miss the Lefroy 18. This, God, I hope they bring it back. And I hope they don't bring it back with quarter casks, because that seems to be their MO these days as a way to get around the lower age statement or the lower quality of their cask is by bringing in quarter casks to give it more oomph. I'm starting to notice this as a trend with Lefroy. Even though I love their new cartridge, I think the use of quarter casks is, yeah, they're doing it for a reason because they want to give it more fucking punch, and they probably have a ton of quarter casks filled up because of their quarter cask release. That really is being used to kind of, give more foostiness to a whiskey that is otherwise very young. And, it works. I think the PX cask that they did this year for the cartridge is the best one they've done since the Fino, but they are becoming reliant on quarter cask. And I don't necessarily think it meets the, quality of some of these other whiskeys. So this is the Lefroy 18. Sadly discontinued. It's non-chill filtered. They say it. Remember when Lefroy used to say that? There was a time they did it. It's all ex-bourbon, 48% ABV. Boom. Agreed. I still think the 15 is the big winner of their core range. I mean, the Victoriana as well, but honestly, their whole core range is really good. I like that one because it has, it has that like extra sherry little finish at the end. We're going to do this Laphroaig 18. Oh, man. It's the perfect balance. So what I've noticed in a couple of the older Laphroaigs I've had, and I don't know if I can say this about every tropical or every heavily peated whiskeys, but as they get older, you start to get more tropical notes. This I find is a really perfect balance between younger, kind of punchier Laphroaig, which has a lot of medicinal iodine, sea maritime smoke, peatiness, and slight orchard fruits bordering on tropical fruits. Ton of depth and complexity. These you can still find in secondary markets from like $170 to $200. I think they're probably worth it. The richness of the mouthfeel of this, you do not find this on any current Laphroaigs other than the higher end 20-some-year-olds. It's so good. It's like a time capsule. It's a taste into an era that no longer exists. I hope that we get this back sometime. I'm sure if they put it out now, it would be like Springbank 18. It would be like $275. But goddamn, these whiskeys were so good. And I have a couple of these. I'm lucky. I got them. A couple of these in the white tube, and then there's an older version in the green tube. I think they're worth hunting because they really do give you a snapshot into what Laphroaig was. And look, to their credit, I think the whiskeys they put out this year, by and large, were good. The 10-year-old sherry casks was solid. The Carchus, I think, is the best Carchus they've done since the 2018 Pheno. But you just don't get the richness, I think the lore is still like a solid whiskey, even though it's an NAS. And you just don't get the richness out of any of the Laphroaigs in their current lineup. Maybe sans some of these ones that I can't afford, like these the Iron Hunters, like a 33 story, 32, 31. But in terms of an accessible, affordable Laphroaig, I mean, even their 10 cask strength, which I still think is an above 4 out of 5 whiskey, it doesn't have the richness. It has the intensity. It just doesn't have the richness that you get out of something like this, or some of the older cask strength Laphroaigs. And part of it is like they chill filter their fucking whiskey for no reason. Old habits die hard, I guess. God damn. This was the money shot. This 18-year-old Laphroaig, this is probably close to the perfect balance. It's the perfect Laphroaig. I think the only thing that might be better than this would have been like early versions of the 10 cask strength. This was the money shot. It's sad that they had to get rid of it. I hope they bring it back. I'm afraid that they'll bring it back at a price that's just unaffordable and not worth it. But if you can find yourself these little bottles, again, secondary market, you can still find these, hovering around the 200 range, which, as crazy as it sounds for an 18-year-old whiskey, is not that high anymore. I got some of these a couple of years ago at 150, 160 green tubes. I have 3 of these green tube 18-year-old Laphroaigs. 48%, they're fantastic. The white tubes are fine too. I mean, these were the last ones they did before they, went to the lore. They're that good. It's a whole nother dimension of their distillery. Yeah, Mom, these are. You gotten the new No Name 3? No, I've not. I've heard nothing but good things about it, though. And I remember you, among other people, saying that No Name 2 was nothing to write home about. But, Daniel H., who is here on the channel periodically, he has been a big hype on the he's been a big hype on this No Name 3. So I'm into it. I'm going to be looking for it. I haven't seen it around here. Did you order yours like online from overseas, or? I've heard good things though. I heard I don't know. That I'm not sure. It's not that we can't afford it. It's that we couldn't buy as many as we normally do. Believe it or not, Mike and I did an 18 versus lore, and Mike picked lore. Was it an early bottle of lore? That's wow. Here's the thing. I think the lore is really good. I think the interesting thing about it, though, it tastes very designed. Like I remember the first time I had it, I felt like, wow, you really taste the different steps of maturation in it in like very concise ways. And I enjoy it. I have a couple bottles of lore. I would never hate on it. I actually think it's a good whiskey, but I'm not sure it comes close. It doesn't have the prolonged richness that this 18 does. It just doesn't. Now, those first batches, which I'm sure had like older whiskey in them than maybe the ones do now. I'm not a hater on the lore. I know it was fashionable to hate on the lore, but I'm not. I just think, wow. I mean, it would be fun to do it blind. The lore might be more intriguing, but I don't know. That's interesting. Especially out of Mike. Yeah, no. Don't do it. The best Lefroy, not the 25 I've had, says the No Name 3. Okay. That's good to know. All right, I got to try that. I do enjoy me some Compass Box. You could add a touch of stereo influence, only make it high proof. That's good. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, it does taste engineered, right? Like, you feel like you're on a structured like experience going through it. And again, I'm just noticing it. I'm not saying that it was a bad whiskey, because I don't think it is. It's just, you do feel as though you're like, wow, okay, now on to the next exhibit. Now on to the next exhibit. Like, it is incredibly fine-tuned. Whereas this is a much more homogenized kind of natural experience. But again, they could have done far worse trying to replace this. And I don't know the circumstances beyond it. I was not a huge whiskey head at the time. But my assumption is that, they just ran out of stock, and, the market is like, high demand. We need to put something out at the same level that can make us money. Well, lore is what it is. And it's a good whiskey. It's a good whiskey. It's a 3.75 for whiskey to me. But these 18s were something special. I actually like the 18 more than the 125 I've had. So caveat. To me, it's just perfect. Sophisticated, slight tropical fruit notes, throwing you a little bit of a curveball. Classic bourbon notes in a refined, up, well-matured style. heavy peat. You still got a lot of that smoke. It's just divine. It's still in that like 90 to 110 range. There are websites overseas where you can find it closer to 75. But I actually, let me go to, give me a second. I have some lore. Let me get it. So to caveat it, I'm going to just pour a little bit of lore. I have a bottle of lore here. This one, this was like 2 years ago. I think I bought this. So, I mean, yes, lore has more cask influences than the 18. The 18, I believe, is all ex-bourbon, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. This has sherry, et cetera, et cetera. Both 48%. 18 lore. So let's do this. Fresh. More red fruit cherry. This is like a warmer, more bourbon casky. Like you can tell, and I know I just read that it's bourbon cask, but you can tell on the nose because it has a more rounded note. It's more earthy baking spices, caramel. The peat's about the same. It's that clean, medicinal hospital note. But this, the lore, a little bit more like rubber tennis shoes. All right, let's do a taste. God, it's good. Here's the difference. Thinner, comes a bit more unassuming, but then you get the waves, and here they come in stages, and I swear it's like you can pinpoint the stages. Slightly bourbon cask, stop. Drying tannic note comes in. There's the sherry, the red fruits, and the peat, stop. Goes into the finish. Caramel, white, chocolate, slight coffee note. Like it's drier, it's younger, clearly, although the casks round that off a bit. It's just a very, again, I hate to say designer because it sounds like I'm talking shit, and I'm not. It's a good whiskey. But this, it's not even... richer and more intense from the onset. Heavier mouthfeel, oilier. Goes into the finish. The peat, it's not like a, here we go, now it's peat. It moves in a cleaner way. You just have a much more bourbon cask influence going all the way through. It's giving it a thicker mouthfeel. It's not as stark of a transition between when the peat hits, creamier, longer finish. That's all I can say. Like it's not a. They're two different whiskeys in a sense, but the fact that they replaced the other in the core range, I think deserves the side by side. The 18 is a superior whiskey, no question to me. despite the fact that it doesn't have the dynamism that the Lohr has because of the sherry cask that they use in it. But I'm telling you, the fullness of the experience on the 18, I think, is just. Let's go back into the Lohr here. Mm. And that's where the Lohr hits the sweet spot. It's a lighter arrival. The flavor is still there. It's just a lighter whiskey on the palate. But the sherry notes, the tannicness of the Oloroso, when it hits on the back end of the development going into the finish, I mean, you just get something different. You really do. I don't think the sum is equal. I don't think the parts are equal to this. Or wait, how would it go? I don't think the sum is equal to the parts on this. Forgive me. It's where are we at? 4.5 hours. Yeah. The 18 is a much more like concise experience. But again, neither of these are the things that, I mean, if I was going to score these, like again, Lohr is a 3.75 to a 4 out of 5 whiskey for me. Like it is that good. The 18, 4.25. It's a tick higher just because I think there's more of a natural. Is natural the word I want to use? There's more of a consistent experience here, and I just think it's a richer whiskey. It just has a richer oiliness that's carrying through. And this is the white label. I didn't even pour the green label, which I have already done with Telix and can tell you that is even a more richer experience. I just think, look, if you see the Lohr at $90 or less, you should buy it without hesitation. But the 18 is just, it's a much more classic Laphroaig. I mean, I can just tell in the nose, man. It's just richer. It's fuller. It's showing its age. It's showing its barrel influence in a much more, what's the fucking word, man? I don't know. Vanilla way. Because there's a lot of vanilla coming out of this. Yeah. Look, the Lohr is a non-age statement whiskey. It shouldn't taste as rich and vibrant as this does, and it doesn't. The 18 is a. Now, if you take price into consideration, the unfortunate reality is that. What are you doing? Oh, Winston the whiskey cat. The unfortunate reality about the 18 is that if you're going to find a bottle, it's going to cost you double the price of the Lohr. So let's take that into consideration. Lohr is a pretty rich, delicious whiskey. I think it's worth it at $100. I think it's definitely worth it at less than $100. But the 18, I would go higher. I mean, I think, look, I mean, you're not going to find it cheaper than $200 these days. It's almost worth it just to taste it, because the way, look, there's a lot of 18-year-old whiskeys that are fucking $200 these days, for better or worse. It's just a more honest whiskey. It's more classically presented. I think the Lohr tastes a bit more designed. They did a great job with it. I commend them for that. If you were going to pour one or the other in front of me, I'd take the 18. Non-chill filtered. Lohr is non-chill filtered. That is good to know. So is the 18, but it's good to see Laphroaig putting that on their fucking labels. Lord knows you don't get that out of anything less than spending $100 on Laphroaig, which is annoying. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's all over the board. I wouldn't pay over 100 for it. Laura's 150 in Kentucky and 120. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, I actually liked your first comment. Yeah, but I get it. Yeah, I agree. No, it's too much. Lore, I am Lore. Yeah. Is that a South Park reference? Because if it is, I'm picking up what you're throwing down. Fuck that. Get a 10 cast strength. Nice. Lore thinner, interesting. Not my experience at all. Really? Okay. I wonder if you had a bottle that was a little bit older. I mean, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's a thin whiskey. I'm saying it's thinner compared to the 18. But I think you probably surmised that. Wonder how different batches of Lore cause, because that doesn't sound like my bottle of Lore at all. It's much more flavorful than the 18. I don't know. $80 and it was a good daily sipper at that price. Now I can only find it for 100 shipping and tax. So worth it. Probably my favorite is Hunter. I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, we had a Winston sighting. Yep. Sorry, he was here earlier though, causing all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Laura is better than Oogie for me, even at $20 higher price point. Wow. Okay. That would be a fun thing to do to do as a simple or a side by side. Dude, he's tried that a bunch of times tonight. For me, Laura's bigger, bolder, and more aggressive. The 18 is more refined. The bigger gap for me was the finish, and the 18 lasted forever. Yeah, no, I think that's true. I actually found the I mean, I'm finding the 18 right now to be even actually more like oilier and heavy on the palate. I don't think that the dynamism of the Lore versus the Lore is a more dynamic whiskey for sure, because I think obviously you're having the different maturations in it. I'm not sure that the parts are enough to pull it over for me personally, but it's a good whiskey. I don't think there's any doubt, and I think it's one of the better things Laphroaig puts out. It definitely challenges the assumption that NAS whiskeys are, to be completely avoided. I think Laphroaig Lore is an example of that not being true. Ugadal clearly also, Aberlour Abuna, despite Aberlour being Aberlour. There's a lot of NAS whiskeys I think that pull their weight. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. I've done a comparison between the white tube and the green tube Laphroaig. I think I'd do it with Telex. I think we both agree the green tube was a slight edge. I'm not sure the Lore steps up to either, but again, different maturations, tough to say. But I'll take the age statement on the Laphroaig on that. But again, buy Lore with impunity, especially if you find it with a good price, because sadly, there's not that many good whiskeys like this out there anymore on the beaded side that are affordable, and that's just what it is. I like Laphroaig Triplewood as a daily peat, but hard to make. Dude, I like the Triplewood too, and that's one of the few regular releases of theirs that's not chill filtered, and they say it on their fucking bottle. The best NES is Johnny Walker Blue, says indeed. Look at this guy. Surprised you found a big gap. I wouldn't say it was a big gap, but it was noticeable. You're about to get shot. Get down. It wasn't big, but it was noticeable. I think here's the thing. I don't know the age difference between these two. So all I can go on is the label, but like there could be 7 years between these two. There could be 3 years. Like, I don't know. That's the part that, because unfortunately they don't scan dates on the bottom one. So I don't know the actual age difference. All I can go by is the label. I can say that this particular green tube I thought was even richer and had a longer finish than this white tube did. But I can't say that, every green tube is the same. It just is what it is. Chill Winston. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Now that I'm seeing that we're like 20 minutes away from 5 hours, I feel like we should go 5 hours. So I should do another whiskey. Okay. Since I'm in Pete, I don't know, Scorch? Maybe I'll just do another dram of this fucking lore. I don't know. Let's see here. Maybe the High Grove single cask Lefroy. I don't fucking know. All right, I need one more dram to bring it home. You know what? Let's fucking do this. Let's do the Lefroy 25. So this one, 25-year-old Lefroy. This is, I think, from 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, there's hardly any of this left. 48.9%. Extremely rare, matured in Oloroso and American oak cask, bottled at cask strength, 48.9. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do a dram of this. I think this is the 2016 release, but I'm not sure. So we'll curtain call it with a Lefroy 25. Again, these really vary in price. They vary in maturation too. I think each year they come out with something different. Oh man, that is good. I would go for a softer style like Armature and Juniper Lane. Oh, I didn't see Juniper's thing in here. I might have missed it. What's been your favorite? What do you like about this? Oh, okay. 2017. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, this is 48.9. Yeah, that's a beautiful looking bottle, no doubt. So here's the Lefroy 25, a less beautiful looking bottle than the No Name 3. It says non-chill filtered. It is, again, 48.9% American bourbon barrel, second fill Oloroso sherry. Interesting is you spend more money on Lefroy, they actually get more interested in disclosing what the fuck their bottles are made of, which is really annoying. It would be nice if they were just a little bit more forward with this earlier, like some other good distilleries. Like, let's think here. Well, Glenallachie is a good example. Fuck, even Ben Romick. What was the other one we were drinking earlier that was like crazy? Aaron. Boonhaven. I mean, like, they could just a little bit of information can go a long way. Anyways, here we go. Lefroy 25. Juniper got the Aaron 18. That's amazing. I just got myself a bottle of that too. Also with the Bunnahabhain 12th gas strength. It should be arriving relatively soon. I'm very excited for it. I have the 21 Aaron, which I really enjoy, but I am looking forward to that 18. Sometimes. It really depends. God, the nose on this. Surprisingly fresh and prickly, even though it's 25 years old. A lot of tropical fruit. Mmm. God, that's good. Now, my understanding about the annual Lefroy 25 releases is that they are not all bottled the same. This one in particular has Oloroso and bourbon. I think some are just strictly bourbon. Some of you who are Lefroy 25 fans might have some better insight into that. But holy shit, is that good. The peat is still pretty robust. The smoke is subdued, though. This is a peatier whiskey than a smokier whiskey. It's unmistakably Lefroy, though. It smells like you just walked into your dentist's office. Tropical fruits, sweet red fruit, strawberry, toffee, caramel. It's a nice, the bourbon cask intertwines so well with the sherry notes on this. It's just, man, that's nice. It leans more on the bourbon cask. I will say that, but fuck. I would shudder to say the word gentle for this, but it's gentle comparatively. Oh, man. That is so good. Drier finish than you would expect. But then you get this nice surge of kind of like the bourbon cask nuttiness. This is such a good whiskey. I wish I had 5 bottles of this. I still think I like the 18 a little bit more. But yeah, this is a legit whiskey. Sadly, these are stupidly expensive. And again, I think they changed their maturation a little bit over the years. I think, you'll find these anywhere. Some of them will be full bourbon. I don't think they do full sherry, but some will be full bourbon, or else it's like some hodgepodge of bourbon and sherry. It retains a bit more of its peatiness than you would expect. I mean, I know like there's a theory that like, that some of the, these whiskeys lose a bit of the peaty punchiness or pungentness as they get older. And I think that is true normally. This one, it's coming through a little bit, but I don't think it's that much less peaty than the 18. It's sweeter. It's much more pineapple tropical fruit. And User, do you know how many bottles open you have? Do you try to keep them below a certain number of bottles at once? No, I don't know, and I don't keep track. There are definitely some bottles that I haven't opened. I probably have 50 to 60 that are not open. The rest are. And I do use Wine Saver gas on some of them when I find them to be at like a really sweet spot. Like the Ball 90 that I have over there, like I gas it every time I drink it to try to maintain the same quality level. A lot of these whiskeys, I mean, it takes a little bit of time to get to what I think is their best spot. And what I've noticed is that, you know, when you're at least past 1/3 open, you start to notice like the full dimensions of the whiskey coming through. And then it's kind of, you know, you'd love to keep it at that because the more oxygen in the bottle, the more it's breaking down. So yeah, I'm pretty liberal with opening bottles. I'm not a collector in any serious way. I do like to drink it, but I will say that there are definitely certain bottles that I've not opened and, you know, eventually need to either do that or put them away into some type of, you know, vault for some magical time in the future where I'll open them or sell them, but probably open them. There's one bottle that I have a White Horse Lagavulin 16 from the 1980s that I've not opened. And that's probably the one bottle I never will open. Just because it's too rare. Everything else, I don't really have anything else that's like, you know, gonna pay for my retirement or something. So Winston, stop it. So yeah, I don't. I mean, I think if you're gonna have a lot of open bottles, you have to care for them. And Wine Saver, inert gas, it's like nitrogen and argon, puts the blanket over it. When you hit the right spot in a whiskey and you know you're not going to drink it every day, I think it's a reasonable thing to do. And the stuff isn't that expensive. And it does prevent further oxidization. So probably worth it. But no, I don't have like a, you know, I'm definitely more on the opening bottle side of things. I mean, some of the bottles you were mentioning tonight, it's got to be difficult not to open. I mean, I would have a hard time, but I totally get it. Chris says all bottles open unless it's a backup. Yeah. Backup and bunkered. Says Ben Demon Hunter. Yeah. All right, y'all. Oh shit. Watch out, cat. Fucker just ran into my foot. Okay. Where are we at? Got 13 folks in, 4 hours, 53 minutes. Fuck it. We should just at least go to 50 minutes or 5 hours. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more of the opinion that whiskey is made to be enjoyed. Mal Muser, 2018 and 2021 were the only all bourbon 25s. Oh, okay. You're talking about the Lefroy. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah. I knew that there were a couple that were like all bourbon. I mean, and all bourbon is honestly like, you know, been kind of their MO for some time. But that's good to know. Thanks for that. My bottle count is getting up there. I almost feel like I need to kill. Well, I mean, you don't. You just, I think when you develop a large collection, naturally you're just not going to be drinking the same amount from the same bottles all the time. Honestly, I would get yourself, on Amazon or whatever, like get yourself a bottle of this shit. Let me show you. Get yourself a bottle of wine preserver. It comes with these little plastic tubes that you stick on the bottle. You squirt a little bit of it in it. It literally puts a inert blanket over the top of the whiskey, which will incredibly slow oxidization. And you can kind of keep a whiskey at a level where you want it. And so where I find this most useful is especially when you have a good bottle going and it's past 50% or even 60%, filled level. It'll stop the oxygen from, destroying that whiskey, and destroying is not the right word. It'll stop breaking down that whiskey even further. So I think it's worth it. You can get these on Amazon. I mean, they're, $10, something like that. And there's enough stuff in here to, I'm going to guess this 25-year-old because, look at the fucking level on this. I do think it works. You can test it if you want. Get 2 cheap bottles, drink one down, drink the second one down, gas one, don't gas the other. Do a flavor comparison. I think it will prove that it works. But, at the end of the day, really, you only need to use this kind of thing for your more expensive bottles. Because, nobody wants to, especially if you have a large collection, you could easily forget about a good bottle for a while. And you go back to it and it just doesn't taste the same as you remember it. And, well, part of that is because it's, the oxidization has broken it down. It's become bitter. It's become more tannic. It's become more oak forward. It doesn't have that perfect harmony that you remember. It's worth investing in. But as for collecting, I'm not rich. I don't, run around trying to buy expensive bottles of scotch to put on display and never drink again. That's just not my style. I do like to drink them. No, I don't blame you. Jimber said, loving the history of the distilleries. Yes, definitely. Seriously, you and me both. If you're using a bottle, look at Scotch Dummies. He's doing a couple of videos about it. All right. Killing bottles the past few months that are 50%. Yeah, that's another thing. If you're intentional about it, there's so many variables. How you drink, how many bottles you have. I personally clearly have more bottles than I should. So there are certain ones that I'm just not able to finish or I'm looking to finish. One, for example, I've had that Balblair, the red Balblair there, 1990. That's been open for 3 years. And I gas it every time because I'm trying to keep it at its equilibrium because I know it's not a whiskey I can go buy, again, because they don't exist really out there anymore unless in secondary market. This bottle of Lafroy, I'm not going to probably guess that. I can get a bottle of Lafroy if I want one. So, a lot of it has to do with, accessibility, what you can get your hands on, how much you're willing to spend, how fast you drink, how many whiskeys you have. A lot of that. But, yeah, generally speaking, I think the gas, putting the wine saver gas in whiskey is an appropriate, reasonable, logical way to maintain your collection at the level you want it to be. Assuming all the things I just said. So, yeah, definitely worth it. Yeah, agreed. Definitely agreed on that. You definitely do, Juniper. And if you want to get into it, you can get into it. It sounds like you're off to a good start, given some of those great whiskeys that you've posted about here tonight, which, quite frankly, I'm pretty jealous of. And thanks to you, I'm going to be definitely looking to square the circle and figure out how I can get my hands on the Redbreast 25. Because I'm going to have to get a chance to try that. And you put me somewhat close to that, so thank you. Big country, though, through the UK. Trouble comprehending the amount of space. Gotcha. Okay. All right, y'all. This has been a lot of fun. I am going to wind things up here. We just hit the 5-hour mark, which is ridiculous. Shout out to Foodquig for hanging out tonight and having some pours. And honestly, for all of y'all, for the support, the love, all that. And I appreciate that. I'll be back on Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time for the Tasty Tuesday happy hour. As I always do. I want to give a shout out to Juniper Lane, Andrew Page, Vegas Art, Mr. French, and Jason Coates for the super chats tonight. Very cool. I super appreciate it. I hope you all have a safe and good evening. And I'll catch you all Tuesday, man. Solange, everybody stay safe, be well.